Chapter 35-43. There was no doubt about Ji Yufei's strength. Ji Yufei and Kang Qiu were friends, so it would be a good thing if Kang Qiu could unify the entire eastern continent. Originally, Kang Qiu could unify the eastern continent. However, the return of the Golden Crow primogenitor, who had turned into a dead spirit, ruined his plan. Kang Qiu and the Golden Crow primogenitor were almost on par in terms of strength. Moreover, the deity race and the mysterious snake race had pledged their allegiance to the Golden Crow primogenitor. This way, as long as Ji Yufei didn't make a move, the two camps would be evenly matched. Whether it was Kang Qiu or the Golden Crow primogenitor, it wouldn't be easy for them to unify the eastern continent. At this moment, Ji Yufei was about to make a move. Although he said he wouldn't interfere, he still decided to help Kang Qiu after careful consideration. Not to mention unifying the eastern continent, it wasn't impossible for Ji Yufei to unify the entire ancestral god realm. On a dark and windy night, Ji Yufei killed his way to the deity race's ancestral land and gave the deity race patriarch a good beating. He didn't stop until the patriarch admitted defeat. All the clansmen of the deity race who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. The high and mighty old ancestor was actually beaten black and blue, looking battered and exhausted. This scene was too much of a shock to the clansmen of the Heavenly God clan. None of them dared to believe what they were seeing. Naturally, Ji Yufei wouldn't let the patriarch off so easily. This fella was definitely a fence-sitter who would side with whoever was stronger. However, in order to prevent this fella from stabbing him in the back at a critical moment, Ji Yufei planted a forbidden technique on him. He could kill the patriarch of the deity race with just a thought. The Heavenly God clan patriarch had no choice but to submit to Ji Yufei. He didn't dare to have any disloyal thoughts. However, Ji Yufei wanted him to be a spy and continue to be loyal to the Golden Crow primogenitor. Ji Yufei had already planned everything out. After subduing the Celestial God clan's primogenitor, he would continue on his way to the Black Snake clan's ancestral land. The ancestral land of the Black Snake clan was located at the bottom of an abyss in the East continent. It was an abyss that led directly to the ancestral vein of the Earth. It was called the Moon Abyss. The Earth ancestral vein was a branch of the East continent's ancestral vein. It had been occupied by the Black Snake clan for countless years. Very soon, Ji Yufei arrived in the sky above the lunar abyss. Looking down, he saw an abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even though Ji Yufei used his martial path Heavenly Eye, he was unable to see the end of the abyss. Without any hesitation, Ji Yufei rushed down. However, just as he was about to enter the abyss, he stopped. Enemy attack! Suddenly, an angry roar came from the abyss. In the next moment, several huge black snakes rushed out of the abyss. Each of these snakes had a horn on their head. These black snakes immediately took human form. They were three middle-aged men dressed in black. Each of them exuded an incomparably tyrannical aura. Ji Yufei discovered that the cultivation and strength of these three middle-aged men weren't weak. All of them actually possessed the cultivation and battle strength of a holy venerate. Boom! A loud sound suddenly rang out. Ji Yufei had already started to break the formation. The sky above the moon abyss was shrouded in a layer of divine light. It was this divine light that blocked Ji Yufei outside. With just one punch, Ji Yufei had shaken the Black Snake clan's defensive formation. Under the impact of the fist energy, countless formation runes that were originally hidden in the void surfaced at this moment. Boom! Ji Yufei punched out again. Violent energy erupted from his fist. This time, the surrounding void collapsed and distorted. Stop! The three middle-aged men who had walked out of the moon abyss hurriedly roared when they saw this scene. However, not only did Ji Yufei have no intention of stopping, but he also attacked the Black Snake clan's defensive formation even harder. This shocked the Black Snake clan in the abyss. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar rang out from the lunar abyss. Then, a terrifying pressure spread out from the abyss. The main character is finally here. Ji Yufei looked at the figure that rushed out of the lunar abyss and revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Who dares to behave atrociously in my ancestral land? The figure instantly appeared in front of Ji Fei after a furious roar. He was shocked when he saw Ji Fei. He immediately turned around and tried to escape back into the moon abyss. But at this moment, Ji Fei wouldn't let this fellow escape so easily. Formation, activate. Ji Fei shouted and activated a killing formation. The entire killing formation trapped the clan leader of the Black Snake clan in it. What? The clan leader of the Black Snake clan was shocked. He had never expected that someone would be scheming against him. The killing formation was activated, and the area enveloped by it was filled with murderous intent. Submit to me and you will live. Otherwise, you will die. Ji Fei was very straightforward. He stated his intention right away. In the clan leader's opinion, Ji Fei was absolutely crazy. How dare he ask me to submit to him? Is he an extreme grade supreme being? The clan leader of the Black Snake clan was high and mighty. He was worshipped by countless clansmen like a god. Naturally, he wouldn't submit to anyone so easily. Ji Fei didn't expect to make the clan leader submit to me with just a sentence. He would still have to take action in the end because the weak could only submit to someone stronger than them. Ji Fei, don't go too far. The clan leader of the Black Snake clan recognized Ji Fei. That was why he turned around and fled the moment he saw Ji Fei. What do you mean by going too far? I seem to be the one who said that. Ji Fei said disapprovingly. This guy submitted to the Golden Crow primogenitor. Isn't he causing trouble for me? What do you want? The clan leader of the Black Snake clan who was trapped in the killing formation said in a deep voice. Submit to me. Ji Fei was very direct. He didn't beat around the bush. He only had one goal in coming here, and that was to make the Black Snake clan submit to him. If they weren't willing to submit, he would beat them until they did. Dream on. The clan leader of the Black Snake clan roared. We'll know soon whether I'm dreaming or not. Ji Fei suddenly smiled and took a step forward. He appeared in the killing formation and stood opposite the clan leader of the Black Snake clan. Go to hell! The clan leader of the Black Snake clan bellowed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black lunar true fire. The lunar true fire instantly spread and burned the formation patterns in the killing formation. However, what shocked the clan leader of the Black Snake clan was that the collapsed formation patterns would reassemble in an instant. This was an indestructible killing formation. Ji Fei sneered and charged forward. He didn't care about the lunar true fire that was burning towards him. The lunar true fire couldn't even get close to him. A faint layer of primordial chaos divine light surged out of Ji Fei's body and blocked the lunar true fire that was approaching him. Swoosh! In the next moment, Ji Fei, who was charging towards the clan leader of the Black Snake clan, suddenly disappeared into the void. What? The clan leader of the Black Snake clan was shocked. Just then, a huge foot stomped down on the head of the Black Snake clan's clan leader. It was extremely fast and without any warning. Bam! As powerful as the clan leader of the Black Snake clan was, his head was stepped on by Ji Fei and he fell from the sky. Boom! There was a loud bang and the ground shook. The clan leader of the Black Snake clan fell beside the lunar abyss. Then, with a rumble, the ground beside the lunar abyss collapsed and a large amount of soil fell into the abyss. Heaven punishing sword. Ji Fei didn't intend to stop. He immediately displayed the 9 heaven punishing swords. 9 immortal sword lights rushed out from his body and fell from the sky like meteors. They directly hit the figure in the huge pit on the ground. A scream was heard as the 9 immortal sword lights pierced through the body of the clan leader of the Black Snake clan. In the lunar abyss, the experts of the Black Snake clan were shocked when they saw this. Roar! The clan leader of the Black Snake clan roared into the sky. Terrifying lunar force erupted from his body and the sword holes on his body gradually healed. How is this possible? Ji Fei was really shocked. It should be known that the killing power contained in the 9 heaven punishing swords was difficult to expel. Those who were hit by the 9 heaven punishing swords would have the killing power invade their bodies and destroy their vitality. Naturally, he wouldn't let this guy recover so easily. Without any suspense, Jiyu Fei immediately started fighting with the clan leader of the Black Snake clan and kept blasting the clan leader away. The clan leader of the Black Snake clan, was furious and wanted to fight to the death with Jiyu Fei. However, Jiyu Fei didn't intend to fight to the death with the clan leader. Instead, he directly displayed the anti-emptiness secret skill and fought for a while from time to time. Jiyu Fei had an overwhelming upper hand. The Black Snake clan's clan leader had been beaten up miserably by him. His physical body had exploded several times. This made the Black Snake clan's clansmen in the lunar abyss dumbfounded. All right, I'm willing to surrender. After less than an hour, the clan leader of the Black Snake clan finally couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. Jiyu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately planted a restriction on the clan leader of the Black Snake clan. He used the restriction to control the clan leader of the Black Snake clan for his own use. Next, Jiyu Fei left the ancestral land of the Black Snake clan and rushed back to where he was. He wanted to return to the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. He had already completed a small part of his plan. He still had to see what he would do in the end. Jiyu Fei didn't tell Kang Q that he had subdued the clan leader of the Celestial God clan and the clan leader of the Black Snake clan. He wanted to give Kang Q a surprise. Chapter 3544. Jiyu Fei subdued the Celestial God and Black Snake clan masters. He did all of this in secret because he used the mountain and river cauldron to conceal everything before he made his move. Even if he fought the two clan masters to the brink of destruction, no one would know. Although the gods in the mountain and river cauldron couldn't use the power of the extreme great path, they could still conceal the heaven's secrets. Even the Golden Crow first ancestor couldn't sense or deduce anything. Jiyu Fei returned to the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land without anyone noticing. At this time, Kang Q was nervously preparing for war. The two great forces were at daggers drawn as if an earth-shattering war would break out at any time. However, no one knew that the Celestial God and Black Snake clan had already been subdued by Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei had also been cultivating in the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land and didn't show any signs of taking action. The Golden Crow first ancestors' spies appeared near the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land and closely monitored the clan's movements. They didn't dare to relax. The Chaos Golden Rock clan also sent countless spies to monitor the Golden Crow first ancestor. The Golden Crow first ancestor was still gathering power. One night, an ancient city descended from the sky above the Golden Crow first ancestor and floated high up in the sky. It was a huge ancient city. The aura of death that emanated from the ancient city terrified all living beings in the region. It was a city of death. 3 powerful figures of death walked out of the ancient city and were directly welcomed by the Golden Crow first ancestor into a valley where the Golden Crow clan was temporarily staying. This valley used to be a courtyard of an important figure in the Celestial God clan, but now it was commandeered by the Golden Crow first ancestor. That important figure didn't even dare to let out a fart when the courtyard was commandeered. The Golden Crow first ancestor invited 3 great dead spirits. These 3 great dead spirits were some of the most powerful in the myriad god graveyard. Each of them emitted a monstrous aura of death. However, after entering the valley, the 3 powerful auras of death disappeared. In order to defeat Kang Q, the Golden Crow first ancestor didn't hesitate to invite the 3 lords of the dead spirits from the myriad god graveyard. They were definitely existences of the extreme great path. However, the world had changed. Even the lords of the dead spirits couldn't use the extreme great path power. Once they did, they would be killed by the power of heavenly punishment. At this moment, the strength of Golden Crow ancestors' camp was still increasing. Many experts still went to join Golden Crow ancestors' camp. On the other hand, Kang Q's camp also had many supporters. In terms of strength, if Jiyu Fei really didn't make a move, Kang Q's camp and Golden Crow's camp would be on par. Once a great war broke out, the 2 evenly matched camps would definitely turn the world upside down. It was likely that countless living beings in the East continent would perish. Of course, Jiyu Fei was just a passerby here, but he didn't want to see the scene of people being plunged into misery and suffering. He could even faintly feel that there was an invisible hand pushing all of this from behind. The ancestral god realm was gradually becoming turbulent, as if someone was hoping for the ancestral god realm to become as chaotic as possible. Could it be them? Ever since Jiu Fei had subdued the leaders of the celestial god tribe and the mysterious snake tribe, he had been pondering a question ever since he returned to the Chaos Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. Could it be that the primogenitor realm was behind all of this? Could it be that the people of the primogenitor realm were afraid of other great worlds giving birth to existences that could threaten the primogenitor realm? No one knew if this was the reason, because ordinary cultivators had never even heard of the primogenitor realm. Only peerless experts were qualified to know about the existence of the primogenitor realm. Jiu Fei was very curious about the mysterious ancestral realm. What kind of world was the ancestral realm? The gods of the Mountain River Cauldron obtained a teleportation array from the myriad god ancestral city's city lord mansion that led to the primogenitor realm, but no one dared to casually enter the primogenitor realm. Jiu Fei had to visit the primogenitor realm, but now wasn't the time. He had to at least wait until he unified the primogenitor realm. Conquering the entire East continent was the first step in Jiu Fei's plan. Next, he would conquer the entire primogenitor realm. He believed that those fellas from the primogenitor realm would jump out when the time came. Time passed and the two camps were still in a stalemate. However, one evening, countless experts appeared in the Luoxiao mountain range, which was adjacent to the East continent's ancestral land, the Chaos Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. These experts suddenly appeared in the vicinity of Luoxiao sect and killed their way to Luoxiao sect. The war broke out very suddenly. No one had expected that someone would attack the Luoxiao sect. After all, the Luoxiao sect was a powerful sect in Kang Q's camp. The sect master of the Luoxiao sect was a quasi-supreme. However, these experts who suddenly attacked the Luoxiao sect were extremely powerful. They killed all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top. Even the defensive formation of the Luoxiao sect was broken by them. In an instant, the mountain gate of the Luoxiao sect was filled with the corpses of its disciples. These experts were too powerful. Roar. An angry roar came from the back mountain of the Luoxiao sect. The true experts of the Luoxiao sect were alarmed. The back mountain of the Luoxiao sect was the place where the big shots of the Luoxiao sect cultivated in seclusion. Ha ha! Xiao Tianyu, come out and die. A loud roar came from afar. A powerful figure appeared in the sky. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above the mountain gate of the Luoxiao sect. Xiao Tianyu was the sect master of the Luoxiao sect. The Luoxiao sect was founded by Xiao Tianyu alone. He was the founder of the sect. Crazy god Ouyang Feng? Xiao Tianyu's figure appeared in the sky. At this moment, his eyes were red. These guys were actually killing his own disciples. He stared angrily at an ugly, sloppy old man with a face full of scars. This sloppy, ugly old man was the crazy god Ouyang Feng, who was as famous as the old ancestor of the East Pole sect in the East continent. Ouyang Feng was a madman. He fought crazily with others and often used methods to perish together with his opponent. No one would have thought that crazy god Ouyang Feng would attack the Luoxiao sect. Kill. Without any hesitation, Xiao Tianyu attacked. A huge hand appeared in the sky and grabbed at the sloppy old man. However, in the next moment, the sloppy old man disappeared in the void. He was nowhere to be seen. What? Xiao Tianyu was shocked. Even he could not see how crazy god Ouyang Feng disappeared. Chapter 3545. Mad god Ouyang Feng led a group of experts to attack the Luoxiao sect. Their goal was simple. They wanted to remove the Luoxiao sect from the East continent. Within the mountain gate of the Luoxiao sect, screams could be heard continuously. This was a one-sided massacre. The disciples of the Luoxiao sect were no match for these experts. In less than an hour, there were not many disciples left in the mountain gate of the Luoxiao sect fighting against the invading enemies. At this time, in the sky above the Luoxiao mountain range, the sect leader of the Luoxiao sect, Xiao Tianyu, and mad god Ouyang Feng were fighting. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, shaking the whole world. This was a battle between two quasi-supremes. Because they could not use extreme power, the two experts could only fight with their own strength. Boom. Bam! The two figures moved quickly in the void, constantly clashing. Muffled thunder-like sounds spread far and wide. At this time, a spiritual light shot up from the back mountain of the Luo Xiao sect and instantly disappeared into the void. It was as if it had entered the void. Are you going to ask for help? Ha ha! Mad God Ouyang Feng laughed crazily. He attacked with all his strength. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body and pierced towards Xiao Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu was taken aback. Then, a layer of divine light emerged from his body. Countless rays of divine light pierced through and exploded in the void. The layer of divine light that emerged from the sect leader of the Luo Xiao sect blocked the divine light that rushed out from Mad God Ouyang Feng. De Luo Extermination Palm, the sect leader of the Luo Xiao sect, Xiao Tianyu, roared angrily and displayed his killer move. Endless divine power quickly gathered on his right hand. Boom! With a muffled sound, the power on Xiao Tianyu's right hand suddenly exploded. A huge hand that emitted terrifying divine power appeared between the heaven and the earth. The huge hand directly grabbed towards Mad God Ouyang Feng. The destructive power emitted from the huge hand had already enveloped Mad God Ouyang Feng. Wild God Ouyang Feng felt his body tighten, and he was involuntarily sent flying towards the hand of destruction that was grabbing at him. What? Mad God Ouyang Feng was shocked. The sect leader of the Luo Xiao sect was indeed capable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish the Luo Xiao sect by himself. Roar! Mad God Ouyang Feng was startled and no longer held back his strength. With an angry roar, the shadow of an incomparably ferocious savage beast immediately emerged from his body. As the phantom of the wild beast appeared, an extremely violent power erupted from his body, directly dispersing the devouring power that enveloped him. That terrifying beast phantom directly collided with Xiao Tianyu's body. Although it was only a phantom, it was like a real ancient beast was displaying its might. Xiao Tianyu was actually sent flying by the impact. Xiao Tianyu, the head of the Luo Xiao sect, spat out a mouthful of blood before he landed on the ground. He was injured, and the injury was not light. His bones were almost broken. The god of madness, Ouyang Feng, began to go berserk. Like a wild beast, he roared and chased after Xiao Tianyu, the head of the Luo Xiao sect. Roar! Violent god Ouyang Feng let out a roar similar to that of a wild beast. He seemed to have turned into a mad wild beast as he leaped towards Xiao Tianyu. Myriad body transformations. Xiao Tianyu roared. The next moment, his figure suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, countless figures appeared in the void. He seemed to have transformed into thousands of phantoms all at once. Each of the phantoms was extremely lifelike, just like his real body. Violent god Ouyang Feng directly pounced on one of the phantoms. However, the phantoms instantly dissipated in the void. It was just an afterimage. What? Seeing Xiao Tianyu's phantoms all around him, even violent god Ouyang Feng was dumbfounded. Soon, he was shocked because he could not sense where Xiao Tianyu's real body was. Damn it! Die for me! Violent god Ouyang Feng roared and attacked crazily. A mass of divine light emerged from his body and instantly spread out. Wherever the divine light passed, the phantoms of Xiao Tianyu dissipated in the void. This was violent god Ouyang Feng's indiscriminate attack. However, at this moment, Xiao Tianyu's real body had already retreated far away. All of you, go to hell! Xiao Tianyu roared angrily. An extremely powerful quasi-supreme level power erupted. At the same time, endless world essence chi also madly gathered towards him. In the next moment, countless spots of divine light flew out of Xiao Tianyu's body and fell down. Then, some of the mysterious experts who were attacking the mountain were immediately hit and directly died. You, violent god Ouyang Feng saw this and could not help but go crazy. Your opponent is me. Mad God roared as he pounced at Xiao Tianyu. The terrifying beast that had emerged from his body also roared at Xiao Tianyu. Luo Xiao sect's sect master Xiao Tianyu directly fled towards the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The cultivators brought by violent god Ouyang Feng soared into the sky and chased after Xiao Tianyu. For a moment, figures flashed high up in the sky. It was very lively. Preposterous. At this moment, violent god Ouyang Feng was shocked and angry. If he did not kill Xiao Tianyu now, he would not have the chance to kill Xiao Tianyu. How dare you come here and act presumptuously? Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. Then, a figure walked step by step in the void. With every step he took, he instantly disappeared into the void. The next time he appeared, he was much closer. In just a few steps, that person had already arrived nearby. He directly ordered Xiao Tianyu to rush over, but the others were blocked by him. Get lost. Violent god Ouyang Feng roared and directly collided with that person. Humph. That person sneered. No one saw him move, but violent god Ouyang Feng directly flew up and then flew backwards, continuously coughing out blood. Violent god Ouyang Feng, what a great reputation. But, that's all. That person said disdainfully. What did you say? Violent god Ouyang Feng heard this and immediately became angry. He was about to go crazy again. At this time, other experts also rushed over. Powerful energy fluctuations spread between heaven and earth. These experts were not alone. They wanted to besiege that person. More than a dozen powerful auras gathered together, enough to be described as earth-shattering. Even that person could not help but be moved. That person immediately retreated, avoiding the sharp auras of these fellows. Chapter 3546. The Luo Xiao sect was done for. Ouyang Feng, the mad god who was as famous as the great ancestor of the Eastern Pole sect, led a dozen peerless experts and attacked the Luo Xiao sect. They slaughtered everyone in the Luo Xiao sect, leaving only the great ancestor Xiao Tianyu alive. Mad god Ouyang Feng would not let ancestor Luo Xiao go so easily. He led a dozen peerless experts to chase after ancestor Luo Xiao. At that moment, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared. He let ancestor Luo Xiao go and intercepted mad god Ouyang Feng. However, mad god Ouyang Feng and the dozen peerless experts were not easy to deal with. They joined forces and forced the mysterious expert to retreat. However, just as the mysterious expert could not stop mad god Ouyang Feng, another powerful aura quickly approached from afar. In a few breaths, a powerful figure appeared nearby. Mad god Ouyang Feng, it's really you. Die. The man roared at crazy god Ouyang Feng as soon as he arrived. Then, he slashed at crazy god Ouyang Feng with his saber. A dazzling saber light rushed out of the man's hand and instantly soared to a height of tens of thousands of meters. It was as terrifying as if the world had been split in half by the saber. Mad god Ouyang Feng was shocked when he saw the man. He looked at the middle-aged man in ragged clothes with a beard and messy hair in disbelief. He immediately dodged it, but the people behind him were unlucky. Two of them were directly cleaved in half by the shocking saber light that descended from the sky. Those experts hurriedly scattered, all of them were not lightly frightened. This fellow was actually so powerful, even the crazy god Ouyang Feng had to avoid his blade. Saber Master Nai Jingyun. Mad god Ouyang Feng stared at the middle-aged man. His eyes were like cold stars in the night. What? The group of peerless experts was shocked when they heard mad god Ouyang Feng's words. Didn't Saber Master Nai Jingyun die 800 years ago? How could he be here? Someone exclaimed. How is this possible? Someone said with a trembling voice. Ouyang Feng, you despicable guy. You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Nai Jingyun said with gritted teeth as he stared at mad god Ouyang Feng with his saber. Humph. So what if you're alive? I'll just kill you again. Mad god Ouyang Feng said coldly. Is that so? Come on, let's see who will kill who this time. Saber Master Nai Jingyun directly chopped at wild god Ouyang Feng with his saber. The shocking saber light reappeared, like a rainbow falling from the sky. Although the power of this blade did not break through the bottom line of this world, it was infinitely close. Kill. Mad god Ouyang Feng didn't waste any more time and immediately attacked Nai Jingyun. Boom. An item directly rushed out from Ouyang Feng's body and met the saber light descending from the sky. With a loud explosion, the item was immediately sent flying. Ouyang Feng quickly waved his hand, and the item flew back to him, landing in his hand. That item was a black seal. This black seal was no ordinary Dao artifact. Instead, it was a Dao artifact that was infinitely close to becoming an extreme Dao artifact. Its might far surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-supreme Dao artifact. However, Saber Master Nai Jingyun's saber was also a Dao artifact that was infinitely close to becoming an extreme Dao artifact. The two experts moved quickly in the void and started fighting. The mysterious expert who had stopped Mad God Ouyang Feng was the fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. At this time, the fourth ancestor pounced towards the group of peerless experts. "Go, kill this guy. It will be a great achievement," someone shouted. Then, the dozen or so supreme experts immediately charged towards the land spirit's fourth ancestor. More than a dozen Dao weapons shot towards the fourth ancestor. A powerful wave of power spread out, shaking the entire world. "Ha ha," the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor laughed and continued to charge forward. The doctrine weapons that were attacking him were all knocked away when they came into contact with the layer of God light that surged out of his body. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. With one punch, he sent a quasi-supreme expert flying. The quasi-supreme expert exploded in the void and turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body and soul were directly destroyed. This, seeing how powerful the fourth ancestor was, the other supreme experts felt their hair stand on end. They hurriedly dodged. However, the fourth ancestor's speed was extremely fast. Another expert was killed by him. He could not even turn into a ghost. He died just like that. The fourth ancestor killed a few more peerless experts with thunderous attacks. The peerless experts finally scattered and ran for their lives. They were peerless experts in the eyes of others, but in front of the fourth ancestor, they were as weak as ants. At this time, Mad God Ouyang Feng was fighting with Saber Master Nai Jingyun. The two experts' cultivation and combat power were about the same. For a moment, no one could really suppress the other. This was definitely not a good thing for Mad God Ouyang Feng. This place was not far from the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. The experts of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe would arrive soon. Roar! Mad God Ouyang Feng went crazy. He crazily urged the black seal in his hand to attack Saber Master Nai Jingtian. Nai Jingtian was forced to retreat. He almost lost his grip on the violent saber in his hand. Saber Master Nai Jingyun was not a weakling. He was an expert who was as famous as the Patriarch of the East Pole and Mad God Ouyang Feng. Originally, the three experts' cultivation was about the same. However, 800 years ago, Nai Jingtian, the Saber Master, suddenly disappeared. Some people said that Nai Jingtian had been defeated by someone and had perished. However, some people said that Nai Jingtian was still alive but had gone into seclusion. Now, Nai Jingtian suddenly jumped out. Even though 800 years had passed, countless cultivators in the East Continent had heard of his name. Now, it seemed that Nai Jingtian was not dead. He had really gone into seclusion. However, from the conversation between Mad God Ouyang Feng and Saber Master Nai Jingyun, one could learn a lot. There was definitely a grudge between the two. Otherwise, Saber Master Nai Jingtian would not have slashed Mad God Ouyang Feng the moment he saw him. Ouyang Feng, at this time, Patriarch Luo Xiao, who was far away, wanted to tear Mad God Ouyang Feng into pieces. Only Patriarch Luo Xiao was left in the Luo Xiao sect. It was a sect that Patriarch Luo Xiao had spent a lot of effort to establish. No one would have thought that the Luo Xiao sect would be destroyed overnight. However, it seemed that Saber Master Nai Jingyun's hatred for Mad God Ouyang Feng was no less than Patriarch Luo Xiao's. At this time, Kang Q, who was in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, had received Patriarch Luo Xiao's SOS talisman. He immediately sent 3 experts to the Luo Xiao mountain range. Among the 3 experts, there was Peng Jingtian, who had experienced hundreds of battles. The other 2 were actually 2 patriarchs of the Earth Spirit clan. When Peng Jingtian arrived at the Luo Xiao mountain range with the 2 patriarchs of the Earth Spirit clan, the battle was still going on. Saber Master Nai Jingyun was fighting with all his might. The violent saber in his hand emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. Wherever the saber light passed, the void was directly destroyed, leaving pitch-black cracks in the void. The violent saber light kept colliding with the black seal in Mad God Ouyang Feng's hand. The sound of the saber light traveled far. What's going on? When Peng Jingtian and the two patriarchs of the Earth Spirit clan came near, they were shocked. Patriarch Luo Xiao rushed towards Peng Jingtian as soon as he saw Peng Jingtian. Sect leader Luo Xiao, what happened? Peng Jingtian asked. Mad God Ouyang Feng brought people to destroy my Luo Xiao sect. Patriarch Luo Xiao said, gritting his teeth. What? Peng Jingtian was shocked when he heard this. What was going on? Luo Xiao sect had been destroyed. Only Patriarch Luo Xiao was left. Could this be the doing of the Golden Crow ancestor? Peng Jingtian immediately thought of the Golden Crow ancestor. In the entire East continent, there were not many experts who dared to attack the Luo Xiao sect. The destruction of the Luo Xiao sect was like a slap to Kang Q's face. Is it finally happening? Peng Jingtian muttered to himself. What did you say? Patriarch Luo Xiao was confused by Peng Jingtian's words. Let's go to the Luo Xiao sect first. Peng Jingtian didn't say anything and flew directly towards the Luo Xiao sect. Patriarch Luo Xiao followed him. When they arrived at the sky above the Luo Xiao sect, they were shocked by what they saw. Inside the Luo Xiao sect, there were corpses and blood everywhere. A strong smell of blood rushed up from below. Damn it! Patriarch Luo Xiao's eyes turned red at the sight. At this time, there were still many people walking in the Luo Xiao sect. They were the people left behind by Mad God Ouyang Feng. They were cleaning up the battlefield, but in fact, they were looting the corpses. Go to hell, all of you! Patriarch Luo Xiao roared and waved his right hand. Dozens of sword radiance appeared in the sky and pierced the corpses on the ground. Screams could be heard. The corpses on the mountain were immediately pierced by the sword radiance. They could only let out a scream before they died. At this time, dozens of powerful figures appeared in the sky and quickly approached the battlefield. Kill. Without any hesitation, the experts attacked Peng Jingtian and the others. Dozens of Dao weapons were thrown at them at the same time. Peng Jingtian sneered, and a golden light emerged from his body. This golden light instantly spread out and blocked all the incoming Dao treasures. Chapter 35-47. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. High up in the sky, two powerful cultivators were fighting with all their might. Both of their eyes were red from killing each other. They wanted to kill each other and destroy each other's soul. Two extremely terrifying auras swept across the world, intimidating everyone in the area. No one could hide such a huge commotion. The mountain range where the Luo Xiao sect was located was not far from the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. The experts of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe had long known about what had happened. However, the chaotic Golden Rock tribe only sent Peng Jingtian and two ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan to check on it. The news of the Luo Xiao sect's destruction quickly spread to the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. This shocked the entire Chaos Golden Rock clan. It should be known that the Luo Xiao sect was a sizable force under the Chaos Golden Rock clan. The old ancestor of Luo Xiao sect, Xiao Tianyu, was a quasi-sovereign that had achieved the Dao a long time ago. He was incomparably powerful, not something an ordinary quasi-sovereign could compare to. With him overseeing the Luo Xiao sect, who could destroy it? However, when the higher-ups of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe learned that it was crazy god Ouyang Feng who had destroyed the Luo Xiao sect, they could not sit still. Crazy god Ouyang Feng was a peerless expert in the East continent who was on par with the ancestor of the East Pole tribe. There were not many people in the entire East continent who could compete with crazy god Ouyang Feng. Someone will deal with crazy god Ouyang Feng. There is no need to panic. In the ancestral hall of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land, such words were heard. So the ancestor already has a card up his sleeve. The higher-ups of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe were delighted. The mad god Ouyang Feng's strength was no joke. The entire chaotic Golden Rock race, even Peng Jingtian, was no match for the mad god, unless he attacked in a hurry. At this time, crazy god Ouyang Feng and Nai Jingyun were fighting. Although the two experts did not use their extreme level strength, the strength of a supreme martial artist was enough to shake the entire world. The mighty power fluctuation from the sky caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to collapse. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Swoosh! The dazzling saber light cut through the sky and cut down the stars in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. This was the saber master Nai Jingyun's attack. The destructive saber light seemed to be able to cut through everything. Even the mad god Ouyang Feng had to avoid its edge and did not dare to fight it head-on. After crazy god Ouyang Feng dodged Nai Jingyun's saber, he activated the black seal in his hand and blasted it at Nai Jingyun. The black seal soared into the sky and instantly turned into a black mountain that came crashing down on Nai Jingyun. The mountain formed by the black seal emitted a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. The mountain seemed to be stained with blood, leaving behind countless marks of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. This was an extremely powerful Dao artifact. Furthermore, it was a Dao artifact that had existed for countless years and had experienced many great battles. Roar! Nai Jingyun roared angrily as he faced the pressure of the Black Mountain. He slashed out with his saber. His messy hair danced wildly, and his eyes became extremely sharp. It was as if electricity was rushing out of his eyes. Clang! Nai Jingyun's saber fiercely slashed at the Black Mountain that was descending from the sky. Sparks flew in all directions, and the entire Black Mountain shook violently. What? Crazy god Ouyang Feng was extremely shocked. How could this fellow be so powerful? He and Nai Jingyun were mortal enemies. The enmity between the two of them had reached an irreconcilable point. The enmity between the two of them would only end when one of them was killed by the other. Back then, Nai Jingyun had been plotted against by crazy god Ouyang Feng and had almost died. Everyone thought that Nai Jingyun had fallen. Even crazy god Ouyang Feng thought that Nai Jingyun was dead. However, no one had expected Nai Jingyun to jump out again. After disappearing for countless years, Nai Jingyun had reappeared as a peerless expert. Moreover, he had attacked crazy god Ouyang Feng the moment he appeared. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. When Nai Jingyun saw Ouyang Feng, his eyes turned red. He fought crazy god Ouyang Feng with all his might. He was even crazier than crazy god Ouyang Feng. Rumble! Crazy god Ouyang Feng desperately activated the Black Mountain that had transformed into a black seal. A terrifying wave of divine power erupted from the mountain. Ancient divine inscriptions appeared and intertwined on the surface of the mountain. The Black Mountain shattered the incomparably sharp blade light and headed straight for Nai Jingyun. Streaks of black aura descended from the mountain like black dragons pouncing on Nai Jingyun. It was as if they wanted to tear Nai Jingyun into pieces. Kill! Nai Jingyun roared angrily. The clouds in the sky were dispersed by his roar. Following this earth-shattering roar, he had already slashed out with his blade. The power of this blade shook the entire void. The blade chi spread out from the divine blade in his hand, and the void was cut into countless pieces. Clang! There was another sound of metal colliding. A pitilessly fierce blade blocked the Black Mountain that was coming down, and the destructive power that erupted from the world-shocking divine blade was even more powerful. 9 ancient Dao patterns appeared on the blade of the divine saber in Nai Jingtian's hand, and the destructive power of a peak quasi-supreme erupted from the divine saber. In the next moment, the Black Mountain that was pressing down on the divine blade was sent flying into the sky by the explosive power of the blade. Seeing this scene, even crazy god Ouyang Feng was shocked. Swoosh! The moment the Black Mountain was sent flying, the divine blade in Nai Jingtian's hand had already arrived in front of crazy god Ouyang Feng. Crazy god Ouyang Feng sneered. In the next moment, his figure suddenly became blurry. It was as if he was about to merge with the surrounding void. The divine blade in Nai Jingyun's hand directly slashed through Ouyang Feng's body. It was as if it had slashed an illusion. There was no force behind it at all. How is this possible? Nai Jingyun's shock was no small matter. Could this guy have cultivated some kind of secret technique? Just as Nai Jingyun's expression changed, Ouyang Feng's right hand, which had already turned illusory, suddenly solidified and slapped Nai Jingyun's shoulder. Bam! With a muffled sound, Nai Jingyun was sent flying by Ouyang Feng's palm. Half of his body went numb. Nai Jingyun, go to hell. Ouyang Feng roared angrily. The black mountain that Nai Jingyun had sent flying into the sky came crashing down on Nai Jingyun again. A large area of the void collapsed the moment the huge mountain came crashing down. A terrifying destructive power erupted from the top of the mountain, shaking the heavens and earth. Man and blade as one, invincible. Nai Jingyun roared. In the next moment, the divine blade in his hand turned into a blade light and rushed into his body. What? Crazy god Ouyang Feng was shocked once again. The violent blade in Nai Jingyun's hand was not an ordinary Dao weapon. It was a Dao weapon that was infinitely close to an extreme Dao weapon. Even a quasi-supreme great accomplishment realm powerhouse would find it difficult to fuse with a Dao weapon of this level. However, Nai Jingyun had done it. His entire body emitted a dazzling sword light. Then, he soared into the sky and directly collided with the black mountain that came crashing down. Without any suspense, the strongest sword strike sent the black mountain flying, leaving a saber mark on the body of the black mountain. In the next moment, the extremely dazzling blade light directly slashed crazy god Ouyang Feng's body. Ouyang Feng screamed in pain as one of his arms flew off. Crazy god Ouyang Feng turned pale with fright. He hurriedly soared into the sky and fled towards the starry sky. He even abandoned the black mountain formed by the Black Seal. This was because he knew that if he hesitated any longer, he would most likely be killed by his opponent. Do you think you can escape? A wave of spiritual will spread from the blade light. After the man and blade as one, the speed of the blade light was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up with crazy god Ouyang Feng. Damn it! Ouyang Feng had no other choice. Just as he was about to be slashed by the blade again, a mass of bloody light emerged from his body and enveloped him. In the next moment, crazy god Ouyang Feng's speed suddenly increased to the limit. He turned into a beam of bloody light and instantly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked, especially Nai Jingyun. This guy actually did not hesitate to use the blood transformation escape skill at the cost of his pneuma. Not everyone was willing to use a secret skill like the blood transformation escape skill because it would greatly damage their pneuma. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would be willing to use this secret skill. The blade light dissipated, and a figure emerged from the blade light. This person was Saber Master Nai Jingyun. This is outrageous. Nai Jingyun was filled with hatred. The battle had come to an end. No one had expected the battle between crazy god Ouyang Feng and Saber Master Nai Jingtian to end like this. This shocked everyone. At this time, above the mountain gate of Luo Xiao sect, Peng Jingtian was fighting alone against a dozen experts. However, he was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he was attacking and defending. Ancestor Luo Xiao, who had become a lone leader, wanted to kill several times to fight with Peng Jingtian against the dozen experts. However, Peng Jingtian did not allow him to do so. Peng Jingtian wanted to fight against a dozen experts alone. Just as Peng Jingtian was about to give up and kill these experts, a saber light came from afar and cut the experts in half at the waist. What? Peng Jingtian was shocked. He turned around and saw Nai Jingtian rushing over from afar. This is over. Peng Jingtian muttered to himself. Then, he left with the two experts from the Earth Spirit clan and followed Peng Jingtian. They returned to the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Nai Jingyun also turned into a beam of blade light and disappeared into the darkness of the night. This battle of Luo Xiao sect was extremely tragic. All the disciples of Luo Xiao sect had been killed, leaving only ancestor Luo Xiao, the lone leader. It's impolite not to reciprocate. It's time. Chapter 3548. A storm that would engulf the entire east continent of the ancestral god realm was about to erupt. All the cultivators were extremely nervous. Even the mortal world could feel the atmosphere of an impending storm. In fact, the number of mortals in the east continent was many times more than the number of cultivators. It was precisely because of this huge population that the cultivation world could prosper. One must know that the more people there were, the more people suitable for cultivation would be. The population was the cornerstone of the cultivation world. This was a common understanding in the cultivation world. Therefore, Even if there was a war between forces in the cultivation world, it would not affect the mortal world. Whether it was Kang-Q or the Golden Crow ancestor, they had to abide by this rule. They could not wantonly slaughter mortals because this would cause public outrage. No matter how powerful the Golden Crow ancestor and Kang-Q were, they did not dare to do so. In the cultivation world, the human race was the strongest race. If they caused public outrage, it would provoke the supreme experts of the human race. This was no laughing matter. Jiyu Fei did not allow Kang-Q to cause catastrophic damage in the mortal world. Kang-Q was not a human. He did not care about the lives and deaths of the human race mortals. However, he did not dare to offend Jiyu Fei. The consequences of offending Jiyu Fei were very serious. Just look at the outcome of the Central Continent's Pang family and the Skyfire clan. The Skyfire clan, in particular, had already lost many experts. In the current cultivation world, the only person who dared to look down on the Skyfire clan and the Pang family was probably Jiyu Fei. At this time, both Kang-Q's camp and the Golden Crow ancestors' camp were trying to rope in the human race forces. There were also many human forces that sided with the Golden Crow ancestor. However, as the human race's Luo Xiao sect was massacred by crazy god Ouyang Feng, some of the human race forces that had been watching from the sidelines joined Kang-Q's camp. Divine Sword Sect, Fallen God Valley, Profound Sacred Sect, these human forces joined Kang-Q's camp. Although these sects were slightly weaker than the Luo Xiao sect, they still had Holy Venerate experts. Everyone knew that the Golden Crow ancestor was the mastermind behind the destruction of the Luo Xiao sect. Someone saw crazy god Ouyang Feng's figure appear in the Golden Crow clan's camp. It was impolite not to reciprocate, so Kang-Q naturally would not let it go. His revenge began on a night 3 days after the Luo Xiao sect was destroyed. Peng Jingtian was in charge of this operation, and Patriarch Luo Xiao was naturally Peng Jingtian's assistant. This time, Kang-Q had invited the fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit and Nai Jingyun, the Saber Master. There were 9 experts at the ancestor level. In the past, such a force was enough to sweep the entire East continent. In fact, Mad God Ouyang Feng and Saber Master Nai Jingyun were among the most powerful peerless experts in the East continent. They were equally famous as the great ancestor of the East Pole. The battle between Ouyang Feng and Nai Jingyun in the Luo Xiao mountain range had shocked the entire cultivation world of the East continent. After all, both of them were peerless experts of the human clan. Jiyu Fei didn't say anything about Kang-Q wanting to attack Golden Crow ancestors' forces. Kang-Q couldn't even see Jiyu Fei. At that moment, Jiyu Fei had entered a state of seclusion. A demonic shadow was guarding the entrance of the valley, motionless like a huge mountain. This was the giant spiritual demon that Jiyu Fei had subdued. Although the giant spiritual demon had already restrained its demonic aura, it still looked like a demonic mountain blocking the entrance of the valley from afar. The appearance of the giant spiritual demon in the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land caused a sensation. However, even Kang-Q didn't say anything, so the other chaotic Golden Rock tribe members didn't dare to say anything either. Kang-Q had wanted to see Jiyu Fei before, but this giant spiritual demon had stopped him. Kang-Q had no choice but to make preparations himself. The preparation before the battle was to test each other's strength. The Golden Crow ancestor had sent Mad God Ouyang Feng to destroy the Luo Xiao sect as a test. That night, the sky above the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land was covered with dark clouds. Dazzling lightning flashed from the thick clouds. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A heavy rain was coming. Given Kang-Q's skills, it was easy for him to summon the wind and rain. However, he didn't want to easily change the natural weather. At that moment, more than a dozen powerful figures appeared on a mountain outside the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. The leader was Peng Jingtian. Peng Jingtian was tall and mighty. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was full of vicissitudes. His eyes were fixed on the flashing lightning in the sky. He had followed Kang-Q into the chaotic demon realm and fought countless demons. 10 of his 11 sons had died in battle, leaving only Peng Shi and his granddaughter, the Golden Rock Goddess. He had experienced countless fierce battles in his life. He had seen his son die in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. However, he didn't regret it. Standing next to Peng Jingtian was the fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan and Saber Master Nai Jingyun. Behind the three experts were 9 ancestor-level experts. Ancestor-level experts were at least holy venerables. Some of them were even quasi-supreme venerables. The 9 ancestor-level experts were all holy venerables. "All right, let's go," Peng Jingtian said and flew into the sky, disappearing into the dark night. Nai Jingyun and the fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan hurriedly chased after him. The 9 ancestor-level experts also flew into the sky and disappeared. The sky above the Heaven Gaul race's ancestral land was also covered in dark clouds. As lightning flashed, it started to rain heavily. The rain couldn't reach the Heaven Gaul race's ancestral land at all. An invisible force field kept all the rain outside. Boom! With a sudden clap of thunder, the Heaven Gaul race's protective formation was broken. The force field that kept the rain outside suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The rain fell into the Heaven Gaul race's ancestral land. The Heaven Gaul clansmen all looked to the sky in shock. A Heaven Gaul clansman touched the rainwater on his face, looking confused. It was at this moment a golden light fell from the sky and cut the Heaven Gaul clansman in half. What's going on? At this time, inside the Heaven Gaul race's ancestral land, countless Heaven Gaul clansmen were shocked to find golden rain falling from the sky. It was golden rain. But soon, cries of shock and pain came from the Heaven Gaul race's ancestral land. The golden rain could kill. Countless golden lights fell from the sky and killed countless Heaven Gaul clansmen. Enemy attack! An angry roar resounded in the Heaven Gaul race's ancestral land. Roar. Chapter 3549. The Chaos Golden Rock race finally moved against the Golden Crow race. Peng Jingtian led 2 quasi-supreme experts and 9 great ancestors into the Heaven Gaul race's ancestral land. At this time, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. It was raining heavily. Endless golden light suddenly fell from the sky like a golden rain. In the next moment, the ancestral land of the Heaven Gaul clan was filled with screams and screams. It was a mess. At the same time, Peng Jingtian led a group of experts and landed in the ancestral land of the Heaven Gaul clan. Peng Jingtian waved his right hand and the 9 great ancestors immediately scattered and rushed in all directions. Wherever they went, they reaped the lives of the Heaven Gaul clan like the Grim Reaper. The Heaven Gaul clan was a powerful clan in the camp of the Golden Crow clan's ancestors. It was said that the Heaven Gaul clan once had a peerless expert. This peerless expert of the Heaven Gaul race had almost become an extreme supreme exalt. Unfortunately, he had failed in the end and failed to become an extreme supreme exalt. Roar. Just as the 9 great ancestors were slaughtering, an angry roar suddenly came from the depths of the ancestral land of the Heaven Gaul clan. The entire ancestral land of the Heaven Gaul clan trembled. A huge figure emerged from the depths of the ancestral land of the Heaven Gaul clan. Endless natural essence immediately gathered towards the figure. "You dare to provoke me? Die!" With a roar, the huge figure took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Peng Jingtian. Then, it slapped Peng Jingtian with its palm. The huge hand covered the sky above Peng Jingtian's head. It was as terrifying as a huge mountain smashing down on Peng Jingtian. Swoosh! Before Peng Jingtian could make a move, an extremely sharp blade light rushed out from beside him. The blade light soared thousands of meters and cut the huge hand that was coming down from the sky in half. The giant hand dissipated into the void. A figure then rushed into the sky and attacked the depths of the ancestral land of the Heaven Gaul clan. The huge figure that stood in front of Peng Jingtian also disappeared. A furious roar came from the depths of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Ghost clan. Nai Jingyun seemed to have met his match. Powerful saber lights rushed out from the depths of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Ghost clan. It seemed like the Heavenly Ghost clan also had experts overseeing it. At this time, Peng Jingtian gave the 4th progenitor of the Earth Spirit race a look. The 4th progenitor immediately took a step forward and entered the depths of the Heaven Ghost race's ancestral land. Soon, a figure rushed out from the depths of the ancestral land, fleeing in a sorry state. Two figures rushed out from the depths of the Heaven Ghost clan's ancestral land one after another, chasing after the figure in front of them. Old Ancestor. In the ancestral land of the Heaven Gal race, every clansman of the Heaven Gal race was shocked when they saw this scene. Their high and mighty ancestor had abandoned them and fled. Peng Jingtian sneered but did not say anything. Instead, he found a pavilion and sat down, leisurely watching the show. The 9 great ancestors swept through everything. Very soon, the Heaven Gal clansmen were all killed, and the ancestral land was filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. At this time, old ancestor Luo Xiao was still angry, and crazy god Ouyang Feng did not appear. In less than an hour, the entire Heaven Ghost clan was killed, just like the Luo Xiao sect. Only the old ancestor of the Heaven Ghost clan escaped. Not long after, Nai Jingyun and the 4th progenitor of the Earth Spirit returned. They did not catch up with the old ancestor of the Heaven Ghost clan. Retreat. After the show was over, Peng Jingtian gave the order to retreat. The 9 great ancestors returned, and so did Nai Jingyun and the 4th progenitor of the Earth Spirit. Although old ancestor Luo Xiao was very unhappy, he had to leave first. Because the Golden Crow ancestor would soon send experts to investigate. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave later. Peng Jingtian led the group of experts and left the ancestral land of the Heaven Ghost clan. Just as Peng Jingtian left, the experts sent by the Golden Crow ancestor arrived at the ancestral land of the Heaven Ghost clan. Seeing this scene, they could not help but be shocked. It was a mysterious and powerful figure shrouded in the aura of death. Did the Chaos Golden Rock clan do this? The man muttered to himself. In the black aura, 2 red lights flashed. Soon, the figure shot up into the sky and disappeared into the dark sky. The heavy rain was still falling. Dazzling lightning flashed continuously, illuminating the sky and earth for a short while. The blood in the ancestral land of the Heaven Ghost clan was washed away by the rain. Even the corpses of the Heaven Ghost clan were washed away by the water. The smell of blood that permeated the void was diluted. Early in the morning, the sun was bright. After the heavy rain, the world was filled with a fresh air. Soon, the news of the destruction of the Heaven Ghost clan spread. The entire cultivation world of the East Continent was shaken. All the higher-ups of the cultivation forces were terrified. It was obvious that this was the revenge of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Previously, Mad God Ouyang Feng had destroyed the Luo Xiao sect. This time, the Chaos Golden Rock clan had destroyed the Heaven Ghost clan. All the sects in the 2 camps felt great pressure. No one knew when an extremely powerful existence would suddenly come to their doorstep. At that moment, someone saw the people of the Heaven Fire clan coming into contact with the Golden Crow ancestor. Preposterous. Kang Q, who received the news, was shocked and angry. If the Golden Crow ancestor and the Heaven Fire clan were to join forces, it would definitely not be a good thing for him. If the Heaven Fire clan intervened in the battle between the Golden Crow ancestor and Kang Q had no chance of winning. Unless Jiu Fei was willing to take action, he would not be able to contend against these guys. Jiu Fei had definitely offended many people. At this time, some people would start to settle accounts with Jiu Fei. The Pang clan had also sent experts to the East Continent to persuade the Golden Crow clan to form an alliance with them. However, this was not an easy task. The Heaven Fire clan and the Pang clan were sworn enemies. Both camps wanted to rope in the Golden Crow ancestor first. However, the Golden Crow ancestor did not know which camp to join. This was definitely a headache for him because he did not want to offend either side. Regardless of whether it was the Heaven Fire clan or the Pang clan, the Golden Crow ancestor would not be able to bear offending either side. At that moment, Kang Q took action. Countless experts rushed out of Kang Q's ancestor's land. Then, through the teleportation formation, they were directly sent to the periphery of the Golden Crow ancestor's land. Kill. Without any hesitation, the experts of the Chaos Golden Rock clan rushed out of the void and attacked the mountain gate. Soon, they broke through the Golden Crow ancestors' protective formation. Chapter 3550. The war between the primal Golden Rock clan and the Golden Crow clan had finally broken out. It was a war that affected all the experts in the ancestral god realm. Ever since the era of gods and demons, the ancestral god realm had never experienced such a great war. Not only did this war affect the entire eastern continent, even the superforces of the central continent were involved. The impact of this war was unimaginable. However, this war must be fought because the enmity between Kang-Q and the Golden Crow ancestor had reached an irreconcilable point. Of course, if an important figure came out to mediate, the two forces might not fight for the time being. However, such an important figure could not be found in the entire ancestral god realm. The world had changed. The Golden Crow ancestor was no longer afraid of anyone. As long as he did not use his extreme power, he could ignore all the experts, including Kang-Q. At this moment, the sky above the valley where the Golden Crow clan had temporarily settled was filled with stars. However, in the next moment, the stars were covered by a layer of dark clouds. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook as if the world was turning upside down. Powerful figures walked out of the void and attacked the Golden Crow clan. The defensive formation set up by the Golden Crow clan around the valley was broken in an instant, and countless experts directly rushed into the valley. High up in the sky, Kang-Q looked at this scene coldly without any expression. The grudge between him and the Golden Crow ancestor could finally be settled. Today, he would settle the score with that ungrateful fellow. However, just as Peng Jingtian led a group of experts into the Golden Crow clan's temporary mountain gate, a long howl was heard from the depths of the valley. An extremely terrifying death aura spread out from the depths of the valley. Then, a figure of death walked out from the depths of the valley. A black deathly aura spread out from the figure. The surrounding vitality was quickly being devoured by the deathly aura. It was a figure like the god of death. The deathly aura caused the vitality around the figure to disappear continuously. Flowers and trees withered rapidly. Peng Jingtian couldn't help but be startled by this scene. The figure that walked out from the depths of the valley wasn't the Golden Crow ancestor, but another lord of the dead spirits. The lord of undead spirits was extremely powerful. He extended his right hand and a black aura rushed out from his hand towards Peng Jingtian. Peng Jingtian sneered and slammed his palm against the incoming black gas. The next moment, boom! The black gas immediately exploded and dissipated in the void. Just as Peng Jingtian was about to disperse the black smoke, a skinny claw that looked like a chicken's claw reached for his chest, trying to rip his heart out. Just as the chicken claw was about to grab Zhong Peng, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the chicken claw. Hehe, your opponent is me. The person laughed and threw the god of death away. He then took a step forward and caught up with the god of death, stomping on the god of death's head. Peng Jingtian looked up and saw that the person who attacked was the fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. The fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was extremely powerful and was the perfect opponent for the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Roar! The Lord of the Dead Spirits, who had been thrown away by the fourth elder of the Earth Spirit, roared furiously and attacked the fourth elder of the Earth Spirit. The power of death exploded and the surrounding area immediately became eerie. Die! The fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan roared and charged forward. The two experts began fighting and formidable energy fluctuations spread outwards. The entire valley felt as though it was on the verge of collapsing and countless cultivators ran away in terror. Su. 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 At this time, Peng Jingtian and the others also joined in. In the East Continent, the cultivators from both sides were also fighting and fighting. In an instant, the East Continent was filled with smoke. It was impossible for a battle of this level to not affect the mortal world. After all, the cities in the East Continent were controlled by cultivators. At this time, the forces under the command of the chaotic Golden Rock clan were attacking a city that belonged to the Golden Crow first ancestor. The battle was extremely fierce. The water in the moat was dyed red with blood. Countless cultivators died in the battle and even mortals were killed. While Kang-Q's forces were attacking the cities of the Golden Crow clan, the Golden Crow clan was also attacking Kang-Q's forces. In the camp of the Golden Crow clan, a fierce battle broke out. A total of 3 lords of the dead spirits rushed out of the valley and Nai Jingyun was looking for his old enemy, crazy god Ouyang Feng. Old ancestor Luo Xiao was also looking for Ouyang Feng. After all, Crazy god Ouyang Feng was the culprit behind the destruction of the Luo Xiao sect. However, at this time, Kang Qiu felt uneasy because the Golden Crow first ancestor did not seem to be in the valley. How is this possible, up in the sky? Kang Qiu muttered to himself. His gaze swept in all directions like a radar, but he still could not sense the aura of the Golden Crow first ancestor. Could it be? Kang Qiu had a hunch that the Golden Crow first ancestor had gone to attack his ancestral land. If that was the case, it would be great. After all, Jiyu Fei was cultivating in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. If the Golden Crow first ancestor was reckless enough to provoke Jiyu Fei, his death would be near. Kang Qiu's guess was right. The Golden Crow first ancestor had really appeared outside the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan with a group of experts. Faced with the sudden arrival of the Golden Crow army, the experts of the Golden Rock clan who were guarding the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan were dumbfounded. What was going on? The old ancestor had led the experts of the clan to attack the Golden Crow clan. However, who would have thought that the Golden Crow first ancestor would actually come with his men? All the higher-ups of the chaotic Golden Rock clan had left the ancestral land. Kang Qiu only left a dozen chaotic Golden Rock clan members to guard the ancestral land. The defensive formation of the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan had already been activated. Attack! The Golden Crow first ancestor, who was standing on the chariot, waved the whip in his hand. Countless experts behind him immediately rushed out and attacked the defensive formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Buzz! The void shook. The defensive formation that was originally hidden in the void suddenly appeared in the void. An incomparably huge layer of divine light directly enveloped the entire ancestral land. Under the attacks of the experts, the layer of divine light constantly shook. Countless Dao patterns intertwined in the divine light, forming an ancient and mysterious Dao pattern. Boom! A fireball suddenly descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed against the layer of divine light. This time, cracks actually appeared on the layer of divine light. What? The dozen chaotic Golden Rock disciples in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan were stunned when they saw this scene. If those guys outside rushed in, they would definitely die without a burial place. What should we do? A disciple of the chaotic Golden Rock clan said in fear. Quick, inform the old ancestor. Another disciple of the chaotic Golden Rock clan said. Then, he took out a jade talisman and crushed it. The moment the jade talisman was crushed, a divine light soared into the sky. It directly passed through the defensive formation of the ancestral land and instantly disappeared under the night sky. Break! The Golden Crow first ancestor roared and directly attacked. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black divine sun. He fell from the sky and directly hit the defensive formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The power of a pinnacle quasi-supreme being erupted. The black divine sun heavily smashed against the defensive array. This time, a huge hole appeared in the layer of divine light formed by the defensive array's power. The Golden Crow first ancestor directly killed his way into the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. When the experts outside the ancestral land saw this, they were instantly overjoyed. They directly rushed towards the hole that was created by the Golden Crow first ancestor on the divine light. At this moment, the dozen clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock clan in the ancestral land retreated towards the depths of the ancestral land. The Golden Crow first ancestor naturally knew that the ancestral land was extraordinary. After all, he had stayed in the ancestral land before. There were unknown dangers in the depths of the ancestral land. What's going on? At this moment, even Jiyu Fei was alarmed. Jiyu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a big rock under the tree, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed an extremely powerful aura of death outside. This aura of death was actually familiar to him. The Golden Crow first ancestor? How is this possible? Jiyu Fei immediately knew who it was. After the world changed, the defensive formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan no longer dared to use the power of the extreme Dao. As a result, the power of the entire defensive formation was reduced by more than half. No wonder even the Golden Crow first ancestor could not defend against it. Demonic Qi. At this moment, The Golden Crow first ancestor, who had just attacked the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, was shocked. He could not help but frown when he saw the huge demonic figure in the depths of the ancestral land. He did not expect to see a great demon in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Moreover, the great demon's cultivation was extremely powerful. It was also a quasi-supreme existence. No wonder Kang Q did not leave behind any experts to guard the defensive formation. It turned out that he still had a backup plan. Demon? How is this possible? The experts who had attacked the defensive formation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan were all shocked by the demonic figure in the depths of the ancestral land. It was not that there were no demons in the ancestral god realm. During the era of gods and demons, the demons from the chaotic demon realm had attacked the ancestral god realm. There should be many demons in the extraterrestrial demon realm. However, the appearance of a quasi-supreme great demon in the depths of the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan was still unbelievable. Swoosh. Chapter 3551. The battle between Kang Q and the first ancestor of the Golden Crow was too unconventional. At the same time that Kang Q led his men to break through the base camp of the first ancestor of the Golden Crow, the first ancestor of the Golden Crow had also led his men to attack the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. In the base camp of the first ancestor of the Golden Crow, Kang Q went on a killing spree. Most of the followers of the first ancestor of the Golden Crow who had stayed behind were killed by Kang Q's subordinates. However, there were a few extremely powerful beings who were still fighting endlessly with the experts that Kang Q had brought with him. They were three figures of death that emitted a towering deathly aura. They were the three lords of the dead spirits that the first ancestor of the Golden Crow had invited from the graveyard of gods. There was no doubt that the Lord of the Dead Spirits was powerful. However, under the circumstances where the world had changed drastically, the Lord of the Dead Spirits could not use his extreme strength. However, the three Lords of the Dead Spirits were able to fend off the three experts on Kang Q's side with the battle strength of a quasi-supreme martial artist. Swoosh. Nai Jingyun slashed at the Lord of the Dead Spirits with the wild saber in his hand. A dazzling saber light rushed out from the wild saber and slashed at the head of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Clang. A battle spear appeared in the hands of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. He raised the spear and blocked the dazzling saber light that was descending from the sky. Then, the spear stabbed at Nai Jingyun's chest. Boom. In the next moment, an extremely powerful saber aura surged from Nai Jingyun's body. In the next moment, his body shook and an extremely powerful saber force immediately erupted from his body. 9 saber lights rushed out from his body and blocked the spear of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. 2 figures shot up into the sky and moved rapidly in the void. 9 dazzling saber lights crisscrossed between the heavens and the earth and slashed at the Lord of the Dead Spirits. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was also extremely powerful. He waved the battle spear in his hand and actually repelled all the saber lights that were coming at him. Roar. After repelling the 9 saber lights, the Lord of the Dead Spirits let out a furious roar and thrust the spear in his hand towards Nai Jingyun, intending to pierce his head with a single strike. Nai Jingyun sneered. In the next moment, his figure turned into a dazzling saber light and collided with the spear that was stabbing towards him. This was the 10th saber light. The Lord of the Undead Spirits was taken aback. He felt a jolt in his hand and the spear in his hand flew out. What? The Lord of the Undead Spirits was truly shocked. Even the spear in his hand had been sent flying. How was this possible? Swoosh. With a flash of blade light, the 10th blade light formed by Nai Jingyun instantly pierced through the Lord of Dead Spirit's body. In the next moment, the Lord of Dead Spirit's body was split into 2. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. That was the Lord of the Undead Spirit. How could he be sliced into 2 by Nai Jingyun just like that? Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the 2 halves of the Lord of the Dead Spirits, which had been split into 2 by Nai Jingyun's blade, actually flew back together and reformed. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of the Dead Spirits seemed to have completely recovered. It was as if his body had never been split into 2. This is getting a little more interesting. At this moment, Nai Jingyun, who had turned into a saber light, appeared in the void again. As the saber light dissipated, the 10 saber lights became 9 again. The 9 saber lights circled around Nai Jingyun's body. Each of them was extremely dazzling, and the chilling saber aura they emitted caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Roar! The Lord of the Dead Spirits suddenly roared at the sky. His voice shook the sky. In the next moment, he turned into a cloud of black gas that spread out and instantly enveloped the entire world. Nai Jingyun bore the brunt of the attack and disappeared in the black gas. In another direction, the fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit tribe was fighting with the other lord of the undead spirits. They were locked in a stalemate, and the vast energy fluctuations shook the void. Meanwhile, the second strongest expert of the chaotic golden rock race, Peng Jingtian, was extremely powerful. He kept blasting away the lord of the undead spirits who was fighting him. However, the lord of the undead spirits was also extremely powerful. It was not easy to completely defeat the lord of the undead spirits. At this moment, although Kang Q had already guessed the intentions of the Golden Crow ancestor, he had no intention of returning because he knew that the Golden Crow ancestor was going to be in trouble. Kill. Leave no one alive. Kang Q roared furiously. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth and reached the ears of every cultivator. Cries of pain could be heard from all directions. The cultivators under the Golden Crow ancestor who had stayed behind were killed one after another and let out their final cries before they died. Fresh blood dyed the ground red, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The Golden Crow ancestors' camp was defeated, and they were surrounded by Kang Q's people. No one could escape, not even the 3 lord of the undead spirits. The forces that had sided with the Golden Crow ancestor regretted their decision. No one expected Kang Q to be so powerful that he had killed his way into the Golden Crow ancestor's base camp. Some cultivators who were scared out of their wits immediately knelt on the ground and surrendered. However, the experts under Kang Q's command ignored them and killed them right away. The chaotic Golden Rock race and the Earth Spirit clan were the main forces. The experts from the 2 clans led the other experts and crushed all resistance from the Golden Crow ancestors' base camp. At this moment, even the 3 lord of the undead spirits knew that they could not hold on any longer and wanted to escape. However, Kang Q would not let the 3 lord of the undead spirits escape so easily. At this moment, a giant golden hand descended from the sky and grabbed the lord of the undead spirits who was fighting Peng Jingtian. In the next moment, the lord of the undead spirits shrieked in pain as he was crushed by the giant hand. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. The other 2 lord of the undead spirits were extremely shocked when they saw this. Boom! The 2 lord of the undead spirits unleashed their full strength and forced their opponents to retreat. They then soared into the sky and tried to escape into the starry sky and return to the graveyard of 10,000 gods. The 5 continents of the ancestral god realm were too dangerous. Even the lord of the undead spirits, who was almost invincible in the graveyard of 10,000 gods, would be killed by the powerful experts. The 2 lord of the undead spirits could not escape at all. At this moment, 2 giant golden hands came down from the sky and grabbed the 2 lord of the undead spirits. Bam! Bam! With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 undead spirit lords actually exploded in the golden hand, turning into 2 balls of black blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. What? This time, even Peng Jingtian and the others were dumbfounded. The lord of the undead spirits was killed just like that. How was this possible? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the lord of the undead spirits was killed so easily. However, the facts spoke louder than words. The lord of the undead spirits was killed so easily, and the person who killed him was not Kang Q, but someone else. Peng Jingtian and the others quickly looked into the sky, but they saw nothing. Clean up the battlefield and we'll go back. Kang Q ordered the experts under his command. At this moment, the sky was filled with figures. These were the cultivators under Kang Q's command. It was an army of more than 100,000 people. In the battle just now, the army of more than 100,000 people did not suffer much damage. Only less than 5,000 of them were injured. Kang Q immediately gave the order to the 50,000 soldiers of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The 50,000 soldiers immediately divided into 5 groups, each with 10,000 soldiers, and charged towards the 5 most important cities of the eastern continent. As long as he could firmly control the 5 cities, the entire eastern continent would belong to Kang Q and the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. While Kang Q took down the base camp of the Golden Crow tribe, an even more intense battle was taking place in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. Roar! With a deafening roar, a gigantic giant spirit demon the size of a mountain charged out from the depths of the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. The giant demon opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, countless cultivators flew towards his mouth and were about to be swallowed by him in one gulp. The Golden Crow primogenitor was extremely shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly tried to save the cultivators on his side. However, he had underestimated the giant spirit demon. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor reached out his hand. An endless deathly aura surged as a giant black hand appeared in the void and grabbed forward. Only a small portion of the cultivators were captured. The remaining thousands of cultivators were devoured by the giant spirit demon. What? The cultivators behind the Golden Crow tribe were dumbfounded. The ferocious demon was too ferocious. It had devoured thousands of cultivators in a single bite. Damn it! The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was enraged. He took a step forward and instantly grew as tall as the giant spirit demon. The deathly aura he emitted was terrifying. Go to hell! The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor roared furiously. Clanging sounds came from his body. Rays of deathly sword light rushed out from his body and pierced toward the giant spirit demon. Every ray of sword light emitted the sword aura of a peak quasi-supremacy. They left pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. However, the giant spirit demon completely ignored the Golden Crow tribe's deathly sword light. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor. Countless deathly sword lights collided with the giant spirit demon's body. Then, they were all dispersed. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was in disbelief. How could this ferocious demon be so powerful? He had no choice but to retreat when he saw the other party's huge hand coming toward him. The countless cultivators that the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor brought with him were shocked. Even the Divine Master was forced to retreat. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to death if they went up? Many people had the intention to retreat. They wanted to flee, but no one dared to do so. Chapter 3552. The Golden Crow army invaded the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land under the cover of the night. However, they were dumbfounded when they entered the ancestral land because they saw a giant demon. They were not hallucinating. There was indeed a giant demon in the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. It stood tall like a demonic mountain with a vast demonic aura. The giant demon directly attacked the Golden Crow army that had invaded the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. The giant demon inhaled and swallowed thousands of people. This made the Golden Crow ancestor furious. He wanted to kill the giant demon himself. However, the Golden Crow ancestor was shocked to find out that the giant demon was extremely powerful. Even someone as powerful as him could not suppress the giant demon in a short period of time. What's going on? How could there be a demon here? Countless cultivators in the Golden Crow army were terrified. One should know that the celestial race and the demons were mortal enemies. Once the experts of the celestial race and the demons met, they would immediately start a war. The celestial race and the demons were irreconcilable enemies. The appearance of a giant demon in the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land was absolutely shocking. One should know that the chaotic Golden Rock tribe was a member of the celestial race. Did the chaotic Golden Rock tribe really collude with the demons? Someone exclaimed. Previously, there were rumors that the chaotic Golden Rock tribe colluded with the foreign demons. The number one demon among the demons, Mo Joyo, even personally helped Kang Q defeat the Golden Crows. However, the chaotic Golden Rock tribe had never admitted to colluding with the demons. After the chaotic Golden Rock tribe defeated the Golden Crows and regained their ancestral land, all the foreign demons retreated. No experts of the demons appeared in the eastern continent again. This way, even if someone saw Kang Q working together with the demons, it would be difficult to prove that Kang Q was not colluding with the demons to harm the celestial race. Now, a giant demon had actually appeared in the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. Could the rumors be true? Boom. High up in the sky, a pitch-black hand of death collided with a demonic palm, resulting in a deafening explosion that shook the entire ancestral land of the Golden Rock race. The mighty energy fluctuations shook the entire ancestral land of the Golden Rock race. How is this possible? Countless cultivators in the Golden Crow army were shocked to see this. This giant demon could actually fight the Golden Crow progenitor endlessly. Even Ouyang Feng was shocked. Mad God Ouyang Feng and the Golden Crow first ancestor had broken into the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock race. He stood in the air, watching the battle in front of him. His eyes flashed. Ouyang Feng, you really are here. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the Chaos Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. Then, a blade light rushed out from the depths of the ancestral land and slashed at Crazy God Ouyang Feng. Nai Jingyun, Crazy God Ouyang Feng's pupils shrank when he saw the blade light coming at him. Then, he instantly disappeared into the air. The extremely sharp blade light descended from the sky, directly splitting the space where Crazy God Ouyang Feng had been standing in half, leaving a pitch-black crack in the space. Crazy God Ouyang Feng's figure appeared high up in the sky. Boom. He immediately took out a black seal, and an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation surged out from the black seal, shocking everyone in the surroundings. The black seal was like a black mountain, blasting towards Nai Jingyun. The void below the black seal kept collapsing as if it could destroy everything. Roar. Nai Jingyun raised his head and looked at the black seal. Then, he roared and directly slashed upwards with all his strength. A dazzling blade light rushed out from his hand. Clang. The power of Nai Jingyun's blade was extremely strong. It fiercely slashed the black seal, sending it flying. The two experts started fighting again. Nai Jingyun had rushed back from the base camp of the Golden Crow ancestor because he wanted to fight Crazy God Ouyang Feng to the death. Nai Jingyun returned to the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land through the teleportation formation platform. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out. Even the Golden Crow army was affected. Countless cultivators had to retreat far away to avoid being affected by the battle. Kill. At this time, an expert of the Golden Crow tribe suddenly roared and directly rushed towards the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land. Kill. The other members of the Golden Crow tribe also roared and rushed forward to attack. When the other gods saw this, they naturally did not dare to delay and also rushed forward. They had to perform well in front of the Golden Crow ancestor. If they were chosen by the Golden Crow ancestor, they would reach the sky in a single step. For a moment, the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land was earth-shattering. The disciples who stayed to guard the ancestral land were directly shocked by the scene in front of them. They actually forgot to activate the killing formation to trap and kill these guys who dared to come in. At this time, the Golden Crow ancestor and the giant spirit demon were still fighting. The terrifying energy fluctuations scattered the clouds in the sky. It was definitely not an easy task to determine a victor in a battle of this level. Roar. The giant spirit demon roared at the sky. Then, he opened his mouth and sucked in the Golden Crow army. Countless cultivators screamed wretchedly as they flew up from the ground. They flew straight up into the sky and were about to be devoured by the giant spirit demon, becoming its food. Courting death. When the Golden Crow ancestor saw this, he roared angrily. His body shook and endless death aura gathered. A golden crow that was bigger than a mountain appeared between heaven and earth. The Golden Crow flapped its wings and slashed at the giant spirit demon like two huge blades of death. The cultivators who were sucked into the sky by the giant spirit demon met a tragic end. Two powerful forces collided. In just an instant, countless cultivators who flew into the sky exploded into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Countless cultivators were bitterly disappointed when they saw this. They felt that they were all cannon fodder. The Golden Crow ancestor did not care about their lives at all. This made the forces that had submitted to the Golden Crow ancestor very unhappy. At this time, The people of the Golden Rock race who had retreated into the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land finally came to their senses. They directly activated various killing techniques in the ancestral land. Boom! With a loud bang without warning, a part of the ground in the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land suddenly collapsed. Hundreds of cultivators under the Golden Crow ancestor died immediately. In another place, dozens of people were carefully walking into the depths of the ancestral land. However, without any warning, a clump of fire suddenly erupted amidst the crowd of cultivators. The terrifying divine flames instantly incinerated tens of cultivators, both in body and soul. The chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land was not that easy to break into. The formation that enveloped the entire chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land was not only a defensive formation, but also a killing formation. All cultivators who attacked it would be killed on the spot. Suddenly, there were screams everywhere in the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land. The smell of blood permeated the ancestral land. At the same time, two extremely powerful figures walked out from the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land. The two powerful figures directly attacked and countless cultivators were blown away. What? The Golden Crow ancestor was shocked to see this. The two powerful figures were the second and third ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan. They were originally in seclusion but had to come out. This was because Jiu Fei had asked them to attack. The Golden Crow army was not easy to deal with. However, when the second and third ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan appeared, the Golden Crow army actually showed signs of being defeated. However, there were also many powerful figures in the Golden Crow army. An old man directly came out from the crowd and fought against the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, on the other hand, was forced into a panic by a wild beast. Roar! The beast raised its head to the sky and roared, causing the entire sky to tremble. This was an extremely ferocious beast. It looked similar to a Chilean beast, but it was definitely not a Chilean beast. Clang! The wild beast's body emitted a unique sound of metal rubbing against each other. The thick layer of scales on its body vibrated. Every scale looked like it was about to fly up and turn into a peerless sword light that slashed at the third ancestor. At this moment, powerful figures walked out from a teleportation formation deep in the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land. Kang Q finally came back. He brought a group of experts with him and charged out from the depths of the ancestral land. The cultivators who charged into the depths of the ancestral land were immediately defeated. What? The Golden Crow's first ancestor was shocked to see this. Kang Q, this bastard. The Golden Crow army that the Golden Crow ancestor brought was in chaos. Kang Q led a group of powerful figures out of the ancestral land. Golden Crow, your opponent is me. At this moment, Kang Q shouted and shot into the sky, pouncing towards the figure of death in the sky. After that, clanging sounds resounded incessantly as extremely sharp rays of light shot out from his body and slashed towards the Golden Crow ancestor. The Golden Crow ancestor sneered. The Golden Crow wings that he evolved flapped, stirring up a strong wind. The wind actually shook away the countless sword lights. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. At this moment, the giant spirit demon who was fighting with the Golden Crow ancestor retreated and walked into the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock race. He arrived outside the valley where Jiu Fei was. The giant spirit demon was like a demonic mountain, guarding outside the valley. At this moment, the Golden Crow army was defeated. Everyone wanted to escape, but not everyone could do so. The Golden Crow army was defeated, and countless cultivators fled in all directions. The entire mountain was filled with the silhouettes of cultivators. This scene was simply too shocking. Chapter 3553. The grudge between Kang Q and the Golden Crow ancestor had to be settled. Back then, Kang Q and Golden Crow ancestor were brothers. They fought together and Kang Q was the big brother. It could be said that Golden Crow ancestor grew up under Kang Q's protection. Back then, there were many experts in the ancestral god realm. No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, as long as they hadn't grown up, they would face the danger of dying. If it wasn't for Kang Q's protection, Golden Crow ancestor would have been killed by other experts. One should know that no one was willing to see others become a threat to them. Therefore, some experts would kill those geniuses before they grew up. Kang Q was definitely a benefactor to the Golden Crow progenitor, but the Golden Crow progenitor had stabbed Kang Q in the back when he was trapped in the ancestral god realm. He had nearly annihilated all of Kang Q's descendants in the ancestral god realm. Golden Crow ancestors repaying kindness with enmity almost drove Kang Q crazy. Golden Crow ancestors' betrayal drove him crazy. Ungrateful wretch, hand over your life. Kang Q attacked with all he had. Rays of dazzling golden sword light rushed out of his body and slashed towards the Golden Crow ancestor. Every ray of sword light was like a golden rainbow, emitting a shocking sword aura. Ha ha, big brother, I'm already dead. How are you going to take it? The Golden Crow ancestor laughed. He had already died once and turned into a dead spirit. Of course, dead spirits were also a kind of life form, a different kind of life form. Golden Crow ancestor's body also shot out countless sword lights. These were sword lights condensed from the power of death. Every sword light emitted a shocking aura of death. Kang Q's golden sword chi clashed against the Golden Crow ancestor's sword light of death. Spheres of light exploded in the air, looking like fireworks. The power of a peak quasi-supreme being spread out, tearing apart the void. Who's your big brother? Kang Q roared and charged towards the Golden Crow ancestor. The two of them moved quickly in the air and started fighting. While Kang Q and Golden Crow ancestor were fighting, the Golden Crow army was already defeated by Kang Q's army. Golden Crow ancestor's army was running away. Kang Q's army chased after them. The battle continued, but the ending had already been decided. Kang Q was the big winner in this battle, but there were still variables in this battle. If Kang Q was defeated by the Golden Crow primogenitor, that would be awesome. At that moment, the third ancestor had already chopped off the head of the beast he was fighting. The beast's blood rained down from the sky like it was raining blood. Just like that, an incomparably powerful quasi-supreme level savage beast died. Just as the third Earth Spirit ancestor killed the beast, the battle between the second ancestor and the old man was about to end. Bam! Boom! The second Land Spirit ancestor punched the old man in the chest, causing his upper body to explode into pieces. However, the moment the second Land Spirit ancestor's fist smashed into the old man's right leg swept out and fiercely kicked his waist. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the second Land Spirit ancestor's body. His ribs and spine were broken to an unknown extent. His entire body was almost split in half by the old man's kick. Whoosh! A ball of divine light rushed out of the old man's head and into the sky, trying to escape. Still trying to escape. The second Land Spirit ancestor opened his mouth and sucked in the ball of divine light. A heaven-devouring power immediately gushed out of his mouth and swallowed the ball of divine light. In the next moment, the second Land Spirit ancestor's injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the broken bones were recovering. The necrotic flesh and bones fell off his body and new flesh and bones grew out. After swallowing the old man's primordial spirit, the second Land Spirit ancestor's power seemed to have increased. As the Golden Crow primogenitor's experts continued to fall, the Golden Crow primogenitor's power was lost. It was impossible for him to make a comeback. Even if he defeated Kang Q, it was impossible. Plus, he might not be able to defeat Kang Q. At this time, Saber Master Nai Jingyun and Mad God Ouyang Feng were already fighting in the starry sky. Wherever the two experts passed, the starry sky shook. Ouyang Feng, it's either you or I who will die today. Nai Jingyun's eyes were bloodshot. He slashed at Ouyang Feng with all his might. An extremely sharp saber light rushed out of his hand and slashed at Ouyang Feng's head. Mad God Ouyang Feng sneered and disappeared into the void. The saber light slashed through the place where he was standing and the stars exploded one by one. The aura of destruction filled the starry sky. Buzz! There was a sudden rumble in the void. A black mountain fell from the sky and smashed at Nai Jingyun. Break! Nai Jingyun did not hesitate and slashed with his saber. An extremely sharp saber light shot up into the sky and slashed at the black mountain that was falling from the sky. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. Nai Jingyun felt his hand sink. The rebounding force almost caused the violent saber in his hand to fly out of his hand. The Black Mountain was sent flying high into the sky and smashed many stars. The unity of man and saber is invincible. Nai Jingyun roared. A dazzling saber light rushed out of his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a heavenly saber and slashed at Ouyang Feng. All the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked. Nai Jingyun and the violent saber displayed shocking combat strength. With a flash of saber light, they were already in front of Ouyang Feng. This time, Ouyang Feng did not have time to escape even if he wanted to. Swoosh! An immortal saber light directly slashed at Ouyang Feng and penetrated his body, bringing with it a cloud of blood mist. Mad God! Ouyang Feng was shocked and angry. His opponent's saber chi had invaded his body and was constantly destroying his vitality. Swoosh! The saber light flashed again. This time, Mad God! Ouyang Feng's head was sent flying. Without any suspense, Nai Jingyun killed Ouyang Feng. This battle would definitely make Nai Jingyun's name known throughout the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm. Nai Jingyun, who had gotten his revenge, suddenly burst into tears. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock race, the battle between Kang Q and the Golden Crow ancestor had also reached its most intense stage. Both experts used their respective mystic arts and wanted to kill each other. Existences of their level were definitely not so easily killed by others. Boom! Kang Q's fist landed on the Golden Crow's first ancestor's chest, causing his chest to collapse inwards, and he was sent flying backwards. At the same time, the Golden Crow ancestor's wing swept towards Kang Q. This was a method of mutual destruction. The Golden Crow ancestor had no other way out. Kang Q was swept by the Golden Crow ancestor's wing, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his left shoulder. His entire body was sent flying. All the cultivators who were watching the battle were indescribably shocked. The energy ripples emanating from the bodies of the 2 powerhouses continued to rise. If they continued to rise, they would trigger the terrifying heavenly punishment. Kang Q and the Golden Crow ancestor would not make such a low-level mistake. Buzz! Kang Q opened his mouth and spat out a small sword. The small sword instantly turned into an immortal sword light and flew towards the Golden Crow ancestor. This flying sword was a supreme sword artifact that Kang Q had personally refined when he was still an extreme-grade sovereign martial artist. Although it was a supreme martial artist, Kang Q did not dare to use the power of the supreme martial artist. One must know that if he triggered the heavenly punishment, he would definitely die. Ever since the heavenly transformation, no one had ever heard of anyone who could go against the heavenly punishment. There was only one ending for those experts who triggered the heavenly punishment: death. The Golden Crow ancestor unhurriedly pulled out a bone sword from his back. This was refined from a divine bone that the Golden Crow ancestor shed. This bone sword was also a supreme martial artist, but the Golden Crow ancestor did not dare to use the power of the supreme martial artist. Clang! 2 silhouettes moved at high speed while the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard. Swish! A beam of sword light flashed across Gold Crow ancestor's left shoulder and left a sword mark on his shoulder. Dark blood oozed out of the wound. The Golden Crow ancestor was a dead spirit and did not have the blood of a living person. Kang Q was also hit by the Golden Crow ancestor's bone sword. His clothes were cut open, revealing the soft armor he was wearing inside. What? The Golden Crow ancestor was startled when he saw the soft armor under Kang Q's clothes. He didn't expect Kang Q to be wearing armor as well. Rumble! The Golden Crow ancestor exploded. An endless power of death surged from his body. He seemed to have turned into a demon that crawled out from the depths of hell, pouncing towards Kang Q ferociously. Burn! Heavenly fire prairie! Kang Q roared. In the next moment, endless heavenly fire burst out from his body. It was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The heavenly fire instantly enveloped the entire sky. At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from the depths of the Golden Rock race's ancestral ground and enveloped the entire ancestral ground. The heavenly fire that descended from the sky was blocked by the ancient cauldron's shadow. Meanwhile, the golden crow ancestor who bore the brunt of the attack was instantly engulfed by the heavenly fire. Ha ha! The golden crow ancestor's laughter came from the heavenly fire. In the next moment, Kang Q's angry roar came from the heavenly fire. Then, the heavenly fire retreated like a tide and went back into Kang Q's body. Everyone looked and saw that the golden crow ancestor had disappeared. Everyone knew that the situation wasn't good. The golden crow primogenitor's escape would definitely bring endless trouble to the entire Golden Rock race. Chapter 3554. The battle between the Golden Crow tribe and the chaotic Golden Rock tribe had finally ended with the Golden Crow tribe's escape. However, the Golden Crow tribe's escape had brought endless troubles to the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. One should know that the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was someone who could fight against Kang Q. The chaotic Golden Rock tribe was very uneasy to have such an enemy watching them from the dark all the time. However, there was nothing they could do. Kang Q had tried his best, but the Golden Crow tribe's cultivation and combat strength were not any weaker than his. Kang Q could not stop the Golden Crow tribe from escaping. Jiyu Fei did not do anything from the beginning to the end, but that did not mean that he did not do anything. When the dust settled, Jiyu Fei summoned the four great supremes and secretly left the primal chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land with the four great supremes. No one knew where they went. However, a great battle broke out in the depths of the eastern continent's Taiyin domain very quickly. Even the old antiques in the Taiyin domain were alarmed. Not everyone dared to break into the Taiyin desolate domain. Very few people who broke into it could walk out alive. However, the sudden outbreak of the war shook the entire Taiyin desperate domain, causing it to become unstable. Even people outside the Taiyin desperate domain could feel the powerful energy fluctuations coming from the Taiyin desperate domain. A day later, Jiyu Fei brought the four supremes back to the chaotic Golden Rock tribe's ancestral land and went to the ancestral hall where Kang Q was. Jiyu Fei directly threw an item to Kang Q, who was sitting on the throne. It was a bag that was stained with blood. The blood was black and emitted traces of death aura. Kang Q quickly caught the bag and opened it. He saw a head that looked like a phoenix's head. A powerful death aura spread out from the head. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor? Kang Q was surprised and happy to see the head because he was very familiar with it. It was the head of the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was killed by Jiyu Fei. All the higher-ups of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe in the ancestral hall were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor died just like that. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. It was very surreal. However, the head that Jiyu Fei brought back was the genuine head of the Golden Crow ancestor. This was an undeniable fact. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to believe it. Brother Jiyu, you. Kang Q's voice trembled from excitement. He looked at Jiyu Fei gratefully but did not know what to say at that moment. Jiyu Fei just waved his hand, and then he led the four supremes out of the ancestral hall of the Golden Rock race and back to the valley. Old ancestor, this Peng Jingtian and the others stared at the Golden Crow ancestor's head in Kang Q's hands, stunned. The Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was finally dead. Some said that the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor escaped into the Taiyin domain, but Jiyu Fei and the four supremes still caught up with him. After a great battle, the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor was killed and revealed his true form. Then, Jiyu Fei cut off his head. The reason why Jiyu Fei could find the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor so quickly was because he had secretly subdued the deity race and the mysterious snake tribe's first ancestor. The deity race and the mysterious snake tribe's first ancestor did not die in this battle. Both races chose to preserve their strength. With the deity race and the mysterious snake tribe's first ancestor as a spy, where else could the Golden Crow tribe escape to? Jiyu Fei led the four supremes into the Taiyin domain. After a fierce battle, they finally killed the Golden Crow tribe's first ancestor and helped Kang Q get rid of a huge problem. The Golden Crow ancestor's death was not unjust. After all, who in the world could escape from the hands of Jiyu Fei and the four supremes? After returning to the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral land, Ji Yufei went into seclusion. He had some things to sort out. Should he go to the primogenitor's realm? The ancestral realm was very attractive to Ji Yufei. He was very curious about what kind of world the ancestral realm was. After all, the primogenitor's realm was the core of the punishing heaven. It was a paradise for the strongest. A place like this was a fatal attraction for every cultivator. Not to mention Ji Yufei, even his subordinates were curious about the ancestral realm. While Ji Yufei was in seclusion again, all the higher-ups of the Chaos Golden Rock Race were in high spirits in the ancestral hall of the Chaos Golden Rock Race. After the Golden Crow ancestor was killed by Ji Yufei, the Chaos Golden Rock Race had become the true overlord of the East Continent. In time, the Chaos Golden Rock Race would be able to unify the East Continent. The Chaos Golden Rock Race unifying the East Continent was also very beneficial to Ji Yufei. It would be easy for the Chaos Golden Rock Race to attack the Central Continent. Ji Yufei planned to build a superpower in the East Continent, or even the entire ancestral god realm. Ancestor, what should we do next? A person suddenly stepped out of the ancestral hall of the Chaos Golden Rock Race and spoke to Kang Q, who was sitting on the throne. We should unify the East Continent. Peng Jingtian said suddenly. Unify the East Continent. Kang Q's eyes lit up when he heard this. It had always been his dream to unify the East Continent. His dream was about to come true. That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Peng Shi said. Then go and get ready, Kang Q said. Yes, ancestor. Peng Jingtian and the rest quickly accepted the order and left. Given the current strength of the Chaos Golden Rock Race, unifying the East Continent was definitely not an easy task. However, the Earth Spirit Clan was not weak either. With the help of the Earth Spirit Clan, the Chaos Golden Rock Race's overlord status was unshakable. On the second day after Ji Yufei killed the Golden Crow ancestor, the clan masters of the Sky God Clan and the Black Snake Clan personally came to announce their allegiance to the Chaos Golden Rock Race. In this way, the Chaos Golden Rock Race had actually unified the East Continent. Just as the dust settled in the East Continent, the situation in the Central Continent was changing. The conflict between the Big Clan and the Sky Fire Clan was on the verge of breaking out. However, the higher-ups of the two clans knew very well that once a war broke out between the two clans, the entire Central Continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless living beings would die. Therefore, the Big Clan and the Sky Fire Clan did not break out into a war. Both clans were carefully controlling the situation. However, no one knew how long this situation would last. A storm was brewing in the Central Continent. Some cultivation sects began to flee the Central Continent, especially the rogue cultivators. They immediately fled when they sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Rumble, in the sky above the Central Continent, the void suddenly shook. Then, two figures walked out of the void. The two figures were shrouded in chaotic aura. Their silhouettes were blurry and no one could see their faces unless they were willing to let others see them. What's going on? The two chaotic experts were shocked. According to the plan, wasn't the ancestral god realm going to undergo a great purge? Why were there still so many powerful cultivators around? The two experts of the chaotic world charged down from the sky and entered a city in the Central Continent. What's wrong with you? The two chaotic experts entered the house and pointed at the city lord's nose as they scolded him. Please calm down, esteemed emissaries. The city lord of Mystic Water City was really unlucky today. He was scolded by someone so early in the morning. Compete. How do you explain this? One of the chaotic experts said coldly. Please give me some time, esteemed emissaries. I won't let you down. The Mystic Water City lord said carefully. All right, I'll give you half a month. You know what will happen if you can't do it. The other chaotic expert said. Esteemed emissaries, don't worry. Half a month is enough. The city lord hurriedly smiled apologetically. The two experts of the chaotic world sneered. With a wave of their sleeves, they disappeared into the void without a trace. At this moment, the city lord of Shenshui City wiped his cold sweat and his face turned cold. Who did these two guys think they were? The profound Water City Lord was displeased, but he didn't dare to offend them because he knew that they weren't from the ancestral god realm. Mystic Water City was located at the foot of a mountain not far from the Pang clan's ancestral land. It was a mountain city built against the mountain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The city lord of Mystic Water City was a member of the Pang clan named Pang Wei. Sigh. The city lord suddenly sighed. He knew what was going to happen and that the entire ancestral god realm would be affected, but he had no choice but to do it. As night fell, Pang Wei changed into a black robe and left Mystic Water City, disappearing into the darkness outside the city. Soon, a black-robed man appeared outside one of the Heavenly Fire Clan's cities. The black-robed man climbed up the city tower and entered the inner city. About an hour later, a huge battle broke out in the city lord's residence. The city lord was killed and the murderer fled without a trace. However, everyone knew that it was the Pang clan's expert who did it because the city lord was holding a mark of a Pang clan disciple. The Skyfire clan was thoroughly infuriated and a huge battle could break out at any time. The entire central continent was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. All the cultivators felt extremely oppressed. The Skyfire clan and the Pang clan had begun to mobilize their experts. All of this happened under the influence of the Dark Hand in the dark. No one wanted to see the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan fight to the death. That would lead to the deaths of many people, especially those with formidable cultivation bases. However, as people from both sides were constantly assassinated, the higher-ups of the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan were thoroughly enraged. A huge battle between the two powerful clans of the central continent could break out at any moment. Chapter 3555. In the central continent of the ancestral god realm, a storm was brewing. Some old antiques that had disappeared for countless years reappeared, and some old antiques that were rumored to have fallen jumped out again. Countless experts in the ancestral god realm were attracted to the central continent because the two strongest forces of the central continent were about to go to war. Over the past half a month, many experts from the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan had been assassinated. Everyone naturally thought that this was an assassination operation between the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan. Before the war broke out, they would naturally use all means to weaken the other side. Some people with ulterior motives took advantage of the impending war between the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan to add fuel to the fire, hoping that the two forces would fight to the bitter end so that they could reap the benefits. Of course, it wasn't easy to take advantage of this situation. The Pang clan and the Skyfire clan were roping in experts from all sides, making their final preparations. The Pang clan even entered the East Continent to pay a visit to Jiu Fei, but they were blocked. The emissary of the Pang clan couldn't even see a shadow of Jiu Fei. Jiu Fei and the Pang clan had a very unpleasant relationship that day. Naturally, Jiu Fei wouldn't help the Pang clan with anything. The Skyfire clan didn't show up again. The current East Continent had been unified by Kang Q. All the forces in the East Continent had submitted to the Chaos Golden Rock clan and became the external forces of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan, Kang Q was sitting on a throne in the ancestral hall that floated above the ancestral land. The higher-ups of the Chaos Golden Rock clan stood in the hall. Old ancestor, are we really not going to intervene in the central continent? Peng Jingtian, who was standing below the throne, asked. The two superpowers of the central continent were about to go to war. He felt that this was an opportunity to extend his forces into the central continent. Kang Q shook his head. He knew his own strength very well. Even if he had conquered the entire East Continent, he wouldn't dare to intervene if Jiu Fei didn't take action. The reason why the Chaos Golden Rock clan could conquer the entire East Continent was because of Jiu Fei's secret intervention. Old ancestor, are we really going to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Peng Shi stood up and said. Kang Q glanced at the experts in the hall and said indifferently, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhongzhou State is not a place we can go now. This, hearing Kang Q's words, the high-ranking officials of the chaotic Golden Rock clan in the hall had different expressions. Their expressions did not escape Kang Q's eyes. It seemed that the chaotic Golden Rock clan had not reached a consensus yet. In this case, they could not intervene in the war of Zhengzhou state. Unless that person is willing to make a move, everything will be for naught. Kang Qiu suddenly said this sentence. Of course, Peng Jingtian and the others knew who the person in the gap was, but it was difficult to ask that person to help. At this time, even the great ancestor wanted to see that person, but that person did not want to see him. At this time, the clans that had submitted to the chaotic Golden Rock race in the East Continent also received the news. They all thought that this was an opportunity. They all wanted to enter the Central Continent and expand their territory. However, without Kang Qiu's approval, these forces could not do anything. Moreover, the Divine God clan, the Black Snake clan, and the Earth Spirit clan had had secret contact with the Pang clan. No one knew if they had reached a consensus with the Pang clan. In the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, Jiyu Fei, who was in seclusion, did not care about what was happening around him. He only thought about how to improve his combat strength and prepare for the upcoming world chaos. In the depths of the ancestral land, Jiyu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder, constantly guiding the energy in his body to refine and strengthen his body. Faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard from within Jiyu Fei's body. He seemed to have forgotten about time and everything around him. Just as the emissary of the Pang clan was defeated by the chaotic Golden Rock clan, the earth-shattering war finally broke out in the Central Continent. The experts of the Pang clan were the first to launch an attack. For a moment, the entire Central Continent was engulfed in flames of war. Although the Skyfire clan was caught unprepared, they quickly stabilized their footing. Groups of soldiers kept rushing out of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Each of them was extremely powerful, causing people's hearts to palpitate. These were the most powerful soldiers of the Skyfire clan. They were pitilessly powerful. The soldiers from before were definitely not on the same level as the current ones. Just as the Skyfire clan mobilized the soldiers, countless soldiers also appeared in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. These were the soldiers that the Pang clan had spent countless efforts to cultivate. Countless soldiers gathered in the sky above the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Extremely powerful generals began to appear. These generals were the ancestors of the Pang clan. This war concerned the fate of the entire Central Continent. No one knew whether the Pang clan would become the ruler of the Central Continent or the Skyfire clan would come out on top. The chaotic Golden Rock clan of the East Continent would not interfere in the affairs of the Central Continent. However, the situation in the other continents was different. Kill. The leader of the Pang clan commanded the battle matrix and directly attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Corpses kept falling from the sky. Casualties were inevitable. The Skyfire clan waited at ease. There were 3 battle matrices floating high in the sky. The 3 battle matrices were at most 3 killing matrices. An old man of the Skyfire clan commanded the 3 battle matrices and attacked the Pang clan. Without any hesitation, the strongest warriors of the 2 camps collided with each other. High up in the sky, there were so many people that the whole sky was covered with them. Both sides were fighting desperately. The experts of the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan fought directly into the starry sky, fighting in the depths of the starry sky. Pang Ji, where do you think you're going? An expert of the Skyfire clan chased the expert of the Pang clan into the depths of the starry sky. Skyfire Chelin, come after me if you have the guts. The voice of the expert of the Pang clan, Pang Ji, came from afar. Roar. The expert of the Skyfire clan roared into the sky. His voice reverberated in all directions, shaking the entire void. Transparent ripples spread in all directions. The Skyfire Chelin beast was really powerful. Although it was just a roar, the whole world seemed to be collapsing. At that moment, Pang Ji suddenly stopped running. He stopped in the starry sky and landed on a star. This was a barren star with nothing on it. However, the surface of this star was shrouded in a layer of scarlet desert. Red Sand Star. This star was called Red Sand Star. Just as Pang Ji landed on the star, the Skyfire Chelin beast attacked him. Boom. The Skyfire Chelin beast punched the star where Wang Chen was. Violent power exploded in an instant. Boom. With a deafening sound, the entire star was destroyed by the beast's punch. A figure rushed into the sky and attacked the Skyfire Chilean beast. Boom! Bam! The two experts fought in the starry sky. The two figures moved quickly in the void, and powerful waves of power at the quasi-supremacy level spread from the two figures. Destruction of heaven and earth. The Skyfire Chilean beast roared, and endless divine fire burst from its body. In an instant, it shrouded the entire starry sky. It was extremely terrifying. One by one, the stars exploded under the divine fire, leaving nothing behind. The experts of the East Continent's cultivation world who saw this scene from afar were shocked. That guy from the Skyfire clan was really arrogant. Although Pang Ji was shrouded by the divine fire, a ball of divine light emerged from his body and blocked all the divine fire. Kill! Pang Ji roared, and 9 Dao patterns rushed out from his body, turning into 9 divine spears that broke through the layers of divine fire and pierced the Skyfire Chilean beast. Clang! The 9 divine spears pierced the Skyfire Chilean beast's body and were all sent flying. Not even a single scale on the Skyfire Chilean beast was touched. Pang Ji was shocked. This wild beast lived up to its name. It seemed that it would not be easy to kill this wild beast. Roar! The Skyfire Chilean beast roared at Pang Ji, and terrifying sound waves rushed out. Pang Ji felt a buzzing sound in his ears. There was no longer any sound. His entire body seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow, and he was sent flying. What? Pang Ji steadied himself, and saw that blood was seeping out of his ears. The Skyfire Chilean beast's roar had broken Pang Ji's eardrums, which shocked him. It was the first time he had been injured by someone with sound waves. Evil creature, Pang Ji was furious. His body shook, and he instantly became the size of a mountain. He reached out his right hand and grabbed at the Skyfire Chilean beast. Rumble! A huge palm came down from the sky, covering a part of the void. The Skyfire Chilean beast wanted to dodge, but it was still caught by Pang Ji. However, in the next moment, the Skyfire Chilean beast also exploded. Endless divine fire rushed out of its body, and Pang Ji's right hand was burned to ashes. The Skyfire Chilean beast's body shook, and it also became bigger than a mountain. The wild beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine fire at Pang Ji, and the divine fire instantly enveloped Pang Ji. Pang Ji knew how powerful the Skyfire Chilean beast's divine fire was. A layer of divine light appeared on his body, blocking the Skyfire Chilean beast's divine fire. At this time, Pang Ji's burned right hand grew out again, as if it had never been burned. At their level of cultivation, any injury on their body could be healed in an instant. It was impossible to kill such an existence with ordinary methods, and special methods were needed. Chapter 3556. The war between the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan, a superforce of the central continent, had finally erupted. The Pang clan was extremely powerful, and they suddenly attacked the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. The battle happened so suddenly. The old ancestor of the Pang clan commanded the war troops of the Pang clan to fight against the war troops of the Heavenly Fire clan. The sky above the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan was filled with human figures. The war troops of both sides formed into battle formations, condensed peerless power, and attacked the other. Rumble! The void was constantly collapsing. Under the leadership of our old ancestor, a troop of Pang clan's war troops plunged into the battle formation of the Heavenly Fire clan like a divine sword. Countless war troops of the Heavenly Fire clan were instantly crushed into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Roar! An expert of the Heavenly Fire clan was affected. He let out a sorrowful howl, and his entire body shattered like a delicate porcelain. He died instantly. The attack of the war troops of the Pang clan killed a troop of the Heavenly Fire clan. Thousands of people died at the same time, and the void was filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, before the higher-ups of the Pang clan could rejoice, a troop of Heavenly Fire clan's war troops attacked aggressively, and with a thunderous momentum, killed thousands of people. Kill! The old ancestor of the Pang clan roared, and immediately led his war troops to attack the Heavenly Fire clan. The two super-killing formations collided with each other in an instant, and an extremely terrifying power fluctuation immediately spread out from the two experts. The battle formations formed by the two war troops retreated at the same time, and both of them were pushed back by the power of the other. While the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan were fighting in the sky above the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan, there were many true experts fighting in the depths of the starry sky. Die, Pang Ji! The Heavenly Fire Chilean beast roared and revealed its true form. It charged head-on towards Pang Ji, and the extremely violent power of the Heavenly Fire erupted from its body. H, the one who will die will be you. Pang Ji sneered. Then, the space in front of him suddenly shook like a wave. Powerful divine power rippled out, enveloping the entire world. The Skyfire Chilean beast crashed into the void in front of Pang Ji and disappeared. What? The experts of Zhengzhou State who saw this scene from afar were shocked. What was going on? At this time, the Skyfire Chilean beast had entered another world. To be more precise, it was Pang Ji's inner world. The Skyfire Chilean beast had crashed headfirst into his opponent's inner world. Rumble! In the next moment, Pang Ji's inner world began to tremble. Terrifying inner world power rushed towards the celestial fire Chilean. Roar! The heaven fire Chilean roared at the sky, wanting to break open the inner world to escape. However, no matter how hard it tried, the result was the same. The heaven fire Chilean was trapped in Pang Ji's inner world, unable to escape. Soon, the Skyfire Chilean beast was suppressed within Pang Ji's inner world. Pang Ji walked up to it and finished it off with a single slash. The Skyfire clan's ancestor-level existence, the Skyfire Chilean, was killed just like that. Pang Ji walked out of his inner world. At this time, the starry sky was very lively. Experts from the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan were fighting with their lives on the line. Pang Ji walked out of his inner world. Just as he did so, a fiery arrow pierced through the air and arrived in front of him in an instant. Just as it was about to hit him, Pang Ji's eyes widened in shock. However, in the next moment, the void around Pang Ji trembled. The divine fire arrow that was shooting towards him disappeared into the void without a trace. What's going on? In the distant sky, an expert holding a large bow was shocked by the scene before him. However, the divine fire arrow that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and shot towards the expert from the Skyfire clan who was holding a large bow in the distant sky. What? The expert from the Skyfire clan was shocked again. He could not help but be moved. The other party could actually shoot his arrow back to himself. This method was too shocking. Kill. Pang Ji took a step forward and disappeared into the void in an instant. The expert from the Skyfire clan did not even think about it. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. An arrow light appeared and Pang Ji's figure immediately fell from the void. However, he steadied himself before he fell to the ground. He then shot up into the sky and pounced on the Skyfire clan archer again. The cultivator threw away the longbow in his hand and threw a punch at the oncoming Pang Ji. Endless divine flames exploded from his fist. Pang Ji did not dodge when he saw this. Instead, he struck out with his palm. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two shocking divine powers collided in an instant. A terrifying storm of destruction erupted and swept out in all directions. Bam! 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 Stars exploded in the void one after another. Wherever the storm of destruction passed, everything was destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Go to hell! Pang Ji roared angrily. A powerful wave of sword principle power erupted from his body. The next moment, the clanging sound was endless. Invisible sword chi erupted. The expert from the Skyfire clan was forced to retreat by Pang Ji. Swoosh! A sword light flashed and a thin mark immediately appeared on the left cheek of the expert from the Skyfire clan. Preposterous! The Celestial Fire clan expert was enraged. A black object suddenly rushed out from his back and directly stabbed towards Pang Ji. This object was actually a scorpion tail with a shiny black hook at the tip. A scorpion. Upon seeing this, Pang Ji was taken aback. He hurriedly dodged the stinging scorpion tail before grabbing it and swinging it around. Bam! The scorpion spirit slammed into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Then, it tore off the scorpion's tail. The man screamed and revealed his original form. This guy turned out to be a huge scorpion. It was a fire scorpion, surrounded by fire chi. However, even if it revealed its original form, this fire scorpion was definitely not a match for Pang Ji. Without any suspense, the fire scorpion was killed by Ji Fei. This made all the experts from the Skyfire clan tremble. This kind of combat strength was absolutely heaven-defying. Rumble, at this time, the entire starry sky was shaking. A huge figure appeared in the starry sky and endless fire chi erupted from this figure. The person directly grabbed at Pang Ji. The huge palm covered the entire sky and a terrifying wave of power erupted from the big hand. Compete. Pang Ji merely sneered when he saw this, and then his body shook and instantly transformed into a dazzling ray of light that shot into the sky. With a single slash, he slashed the hand that was grabbing down at him into two, causing it to dissipate in the void. What? The experts from the Skyfire clan were absolutely shocked when they saw this scene. One should know that 2 experts from the Skyfire clan had already died in Pang Ji's hands. The other experts from the Skyfire clan naturally did not dare to provoke Pang Ji. At this time, smoke rose everywhere in the central continent. An all-out war broke out between the 2 camps. This was a war in the cultivation world. Everyone who participated in the war was just cannon fodder. There was an invisible hand in the dark driving all of this. Everyone was involved in the game. Everyone was a chess piece. However, those who were involved in the game could not see clearly. There were very few people in the ancestral god realm who knew that they were being kept in captivity. Those who knew wanted to get rid of the manipulator in the dark. However, almost no one succeeded. In the end, they were still schemed against by the manipulator. Rumble, one battle formation after another appeared between the heavens and the earth. The terrifying and monstrous aura seemed as if it was going to crush the heavens. Outside the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan, there were corpses everywhere. Blood had already dyed the ground red. At this time, the Pang clan still had not attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. The defensive formation of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was extremely powerful. It was likely that they would need to use extreme power to break it. However, in the current world, who would dare to use extreme power? Even the super-old antiques did not dare. Everyone was afraid of dying under the heavenly punishment. Even the supreme beings were the same. The power of the heavenly punishment was too strong. It could actually suppress the supreme beings. Boom! A loud sound rang out and the entire defensive formation shook violently. An extremely terrifying power rippled out, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, the defensive formation of the Skyfire clan once again blocked the attack of the Pang clan. The Pang clan began to attack the defensive formation of the Skyfire clan. This made all the higher-ups of the Skyfire clan extremely nervous. It should be known that if the Pang clan broke through the defensive formation, who would be able to protect the treasures that the Skyfire clan had obtained over the years? The Skyfire clan had become one of the 3 super forces of the central continent not because of luck, but because of strength. In the past, the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan was almost invincible in the entire ancestral god realm. The forces established by the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan had been passed down to the present era. Rumble, at this time, an even more powerful power fluctuation erupted from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. The entire world was in chaos and all the laws of heaven and earth were suppressed. Extreme power? Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Who would dare to use extreme power at this time? This was simply courting death. Good heavens, a figure appeared in the distant sky. It was a black-robed young man. His eyes lit up when he sensed the power fluctuation erupting from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Although this power resembled extreme path power, it wasn't really extreme path power. Good move. Chapter 3557. The Pang clan attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. At this time, the situation was very unfavorable for the Skyfire clan. Experts of the Skyfire clan were constantly being killed. Just as the Skyfire clan was about to be defeated by the Pang clan, an unimaginably powerful wave of energy suddenly surged from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. It was a wave of energy that could make even a quasi-supreme being tremble. What? The old ancestor of the Pang clan was startled. The wave of energy was very similar to the power of the extreme path, but Ji Yufei knew that it wasn't the power of the extreme path at all. It was just similar. Kill. A figure walked out from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan, directly attacking a battle formation of the Pang clan in the sky. A huge hand appeared high up in the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, a battle formation was blown apart. Countless battle soldiers were instantly turned into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. What? The old ancestor of the Pang clan walked out and slapped the mysterious expert with his palm. Boom. That mysterious expert didn't dodge. The two palms collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion and a terrifying energy storm to erupt. Everyone scrambled to get as far away as they could. This was a battle between old ancestors. No one dared to get close, because once they were affected by the battle, the consequences would be unpredictable. If they died because of this, it would be such a waste of their lives. The old ancestor of the Pang clan was incomparably powerful. He still wanted to fight the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan head-on. However, the other party knew the old ancestor of the Pang clan's background. He didn't intend to fight the old ancestor of the Pang clan head-on. The two figures moved quickly in the sky. Heavenly Fire Prairie. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan roared. In the next moment, endless divine fire erupted from his body, burning heaven and earth until the void collapsed and was annihilated. The divine fire that erupted directly swallowed the old ancestor of the Pang clan. However, the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan didn't feel happy at all. Inside the divine fire, the old ancestor of the Pang clan actually ignored the attack of the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan. Then, the Pang clan's old ancestor suddenly disappeared into the void. The next moment, the Pang clan's old ancestor suddenly appeared beside the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor. Without any suspense, the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor was blasted away by the Pang clan's old ancestor. What? All the clansmen of the Heavenly Fire clan were shocked to the extreme. The old ancestor of the Pang clan was actually so powerful. How could this be? Alright, I'm done playing. Ji Yufei patted his robes and was about to leave when an expert walked out from the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. It was a young woman. Although she looked very young, her cultivation base was extremely strong. The moment she appeared, she forced the Pang clan's old ancestor to retreat. Kill. The young woman roared as an extremely dangerous aura spread from her body. In the next moment, the young woman silently caught up to the ancestor of the Pang clan. Swoosh. Without any hesitation, the young woman killed the Pang clan's old ancestor with a single stroke of her sword. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. Then, the young woman fixed her eyes on Ji Yufei. To be precise, it was Ji Yufei's doppelganger. The war of the central continent had erupted, but Ji Yufei's real body did not leave the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. This time, it was only his doppelganger. At this moment, the young woman sneered. Then, she waved the sword in her hand and attacked Ji Yufei's doppelganger. Hee. Ji Yufei's doppelganger laughed. He stretched out his hand and clamped the young woman's sword with 2 fingers on his right hand. What? The young woman's shock was no small matter. After all, no one had ever been able to catch her sword with their fingers. The young woman wanted to pull back her sword, but it did not budge at all. When she tried to pull it back again, it broke into 2 pieces. One of the pieces was in the hand of Ji Yufei's doppelganger. The young woman was shocked. She knew that she had kicked an iron plate. The Skyfire clan is just SOSO. Ji Yufei's doppelganger said as he threw the broken sword in his hand. With a miserable shriek, the broken sword thrown by Ji Yufei's doppelganger directly pierced through the divine body of an expert of the Skyfire clan, severely injuring him. Everyone from the Skyfire clan was shocked when they saw this. In the next moment, Ji Yufei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. Even the young woman did not see how he disappeared. However, just as the young woman was in shock, Ji Yufei's doppelganger suddenly appeared behind her and pressed his palm on her back. Bam! With a muffled sound, the young woman was sent flying forward. She spat out a mouthful of blood while she was still flying. You can't even withstand a single blow, Ji Yufei's doppelganger said coldly. He did not continue to attack because he did not have the cold killing intent to kill the young woman from the Skyfire clan. He was only here to watch and not to help the Pang clan attack the Skyfire clan. Of course, no one would say anything even if Ji Yufei helped the Pang clan attack the Skyfire clan because of the grudge between Ji Yufei and the Skyfire clan. Rumble. At this time, the old ancestors of the Pang clan became impatient. They directly activated the killing formation formed by the combat soldiers and crushed the experts of the Skyfire clan. Blood-curdling screams rang out. Ji Yufei's doppelganger took this opportunity to retreat. He did not want to help the Pang clan attack the Skyfire clan. To put it bluntly, he was lazy. At this time, the Skyfire clan also went all out. The killing formation formed by the Skyfire combat soldiers directly collided with the killing formation of the Pang clan. Terrifying energy waves broke out from these combat formations. Boom! The two combat formations collided with each other. Endless divine light erupted. Every ray of divine light pierced through the heaven and earth, leaving black holes between the heaven and earth. What's going on? Who was that just now? At this time, the young woman from the Skyfire clan rushed back from afar. Her intuition told her that that person was not an expert from the Pang clan. Feng Wu, why are you in such a sorry state? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. A woman in purple was looking at the young woman coldly. A murderous intent spread out from the woman in purple. Pang Xiana? Feng Wu of the Skyfire clan exclaimed. Thousands of years ago, a genius appeared in the Pang clan. This genius was Pang Xiana. Pang Xiana cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm in thousands of years. It could be said that she was a legend in the central continent. However, more than 1,000 years ago, some people said that Pang Xiana had fallen, while others said that Pang Xiana had disappeared. All the rumors about Pang Xiana seemed to be lies. Because now, the genius of the Pang clan jumped out again. The previous rumors about Pang Xiana were all false. Your opponent is me, Pang Xiana said to Feng Wu in a calm tone. Then let's fight. Feng Wu roared and directly attacked Pang Xiana. Flame Dao patterns rushed out from her body and imprinted on Pang Xiana. Pang Xiana was a little surprised. Feng Wu's attack was a great path attack. It was guided by the Dao patterns that she had cultivated. Once the Dao patterns were imprinted on her body, Feng Wu would be in trouble. Pang Xiana directly rushed into the sky, trying to avoid the 9 Dao patterns. However, the 9 Dao patterns followed her like a shadow, directly chasing after Pang Xiana. Damn it! As Pang Xiana retreated, she took out a magic treasure. It was a bronze mirror. She directly activated the bronze mirror. In the next moment, a divine light immediately rushed out from the bronze mirror and shone on Feng Wu. The divine light rushed out from the bronze mirror and directly blocked the 9 Dao patterns that Feng Wu shot out. What? Feng Wu was shocked. The opponent's magic treasure must have a great background. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block her full force attack. Break for me. Pang Xiana's voice sounded. Then, boom. With a loud sound, the power wave that erupted from the bronze mirror became even stronger. It directly defeated Feng Wu's 9 Dao patterns. Feng Wu directly dodged. The divine light emitted from the bronze mirror was too powerful. This was a weapon that was infinitely close to the extreme path divine artifact. At this time, Ji Yufei's doppelganger was still watching the battle in the distance. Although it had nothing to do with him, he hoped that the Pang clan could defeat the Skyfire clan. Of course, in the end, it would definitely be him who benefited. The battle between the two superpowers of the central continent was earth-shattering. No matter which side won, there would only be one consequence, and that was a great loss of vitality. Rumble, Pang Xiana and Feng Wu, the two female experts, moved quickly in the sky, constantly attacking and fighting fiercely. Soon, Pang Xiana sent Feng Wu flying. Damn it! Feng Wu was hit by Pang Xiana's palm, and immediately affected her old injury. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her white clothes were splashed with bright red blood. Just now, Feng Wu had been injured by Ji Yufei's doppelganger. Pang Xiana wanted to take advantage of Feng Wu's injury to kill the little princess of the Skyfire clan. Feng Wu's background was not small, and she was no weaker than Pang Xiana. If she hadn't been hit by Jiyu Fei's palm, Pang Xiana wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand so easily. Feng Wu felt that something was wrong. The Skyfire clan was probably going to be exterminated. Although she wanted to do something for the Skyfire clan, it seemed that she couldn't change anything at all. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out across the entire world. The ground was cracking apart as a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Chapter 3558. Rumble, heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread in all directions. The protective formation of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan was actually broken. The Pang clan used all their strength, excluding the extreme path power, and finally attacked the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. Kill. Without any reason, the soldiers of the Pang clan rushed into the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan like a tide. The Heavenly Fire clan was defeated, and countless clansmen fled in all directions. Roar. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Fire clan were all stunned when they saw this scene. Preposterous. The eyes of the expert of the Heavenly Fire clan, Feng Wu, were red. She directly forced Pang Xiana to retreat, and then rushed into the depths of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. Soon, a divine palace rose into the sky, trying to escape. The divine palace was engraved with ancient runes. Shrouded by a mass of divine fire, it rose into the sky, trying to escape. However, right at that moment, a giant hand descended from the sky and grabbed the divine palace in its hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The big hand directly grabbed the divine palace, and then disappeared into the void. All of you, go to hell. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the depths of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. The next moment, a figure directly walked out from the depths of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. It was a white-haired old man. This old man was tall, and his long white hair fluttered without any wind. Then, this old man directly attacked. Endless divine fire emerged from the old man's body, condensing into an incomparably ferocious beast, and then pounced on the experts of the Pang clan. Screams suddenly sounded, and more than a dozen cultivators of the Pang clan were instantly burned to ashes by the divine fire. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed, and they died completely. Old man, you finally can't help but attack. At this moment, an old voice came from afar, and then, a figure appeared at the end of the sky. However, this figure only took one step, and instantly appeared in front of them. This speed shocked even Jiyu Fei's doppelganger who was watching the battle from the side. It's you. You're actually not dead yet. The elder of the Heavenly Fire clan was startled when he saw the newcomer. Haha, if I die, who will play with you? The old man laughed and said. That's true. The old man of the Skyfire clan nodded. Then let's put an end to this today. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan said. Very well, let's do that. Another old man said. Old ancestor. All the clansmen of the Pang clan were indescribably shocked. They didn't think that even their old ancestor would take action. Could it be that the person who could contend against the old ancestor was actually the clan lord of the Heavenly Fire clan? Come. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan extended his hand and slapped out at the old ancestor of the Pang clan. A violent force enveloped the entire void. Good timing. The Pang clan's patriarch bellowed and also slapped forward with his palm. Boom. The two palms collided with a loud bang. In the next moment, the void around the two palms was annihilated and collapsed. Then, the two palms separated and two figures moved in the void like phantoms. Terrifying and monstrous energy waves spread out, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat. These two fellas, Jiyu Fei's doppelganger, saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but be moved. If the world hadn't changed, these two fellas could have easily used the power of the extreme path. However, the world had changed. No one dared to use the power of the extreme path for fear of triggering the heavenly punishment. One should know that the consequences of triggering the heavenly punishment were very serious. At this time, The defeat of the Skyfire clan was already decided. No matter how powerful the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan was, he couldn't turn the situation around. The soldiers of the Pang clan began to hunt down the fleeing cultivators of the Skyfire clan in an orderly manner. More and more cultivators of the Skyfire clan were caught up and killed. However, this was the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan after all. There were countless experts cultivating here. From time to time, experts would suddenly rush out and cause heavy losses to the Pang clan. At this time, Pang Xian'er had killed her way into the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. "How dare you come in? Aren't you afraid of death?" Feng Wu's voice came. "What?" Pang Xian'er couldn't help but be surprised when she heard this. Boom! Suddenly, an iron cage fell from the sky and directly enveloped Pang Xian'er. This, Pang Xian'er's shock was really no small matter. Roar! Pang Xian'er roared, and the divine sword in her hand directly slashed at the iron cage. The clanging sound was endless, and sparks were splashed. However, when Pang Xian'er took a look at the place where her divine sword had slashed, she was dumbfounded. There was not even a trace left on the place where her divine sword had slashed. Kill! Feng Wu directly attacked. Endless sword light pierced Pang Xian'er, who was trapped in the iron cage, from all directions. Each sword light was as bright as a divine rainbow. Damn it! Pang Xian'er was shocked and angry. As she moved her mind, a sword light broke out from her body and turned into a sword wave that enveloped her. Countless sword lights directly collided with the layer of sword wave on Pang Xian'er. Pang Xian'er defended with all her strength, while Feng Wu attacked with all her strength. The sword wave on Pang Xian'er's body vibrated violently and showed signs of collapsing. What? Pang Xian'er was really shocked. The other party's sword Dao cultivation was so powerful. For a moment, she was very passive and could only defend passively. Soon, a sword light from Feng Wu directly broke through the protective divine light on Pang Xian'er's body, leaving a bloody mark on her shoulder. What should I do? Pang Xian'er's forehead was sweating. Just when she couldn't think of any good way, a big hand directly grabbed from the sky and directly grabbed the iron cage that enveloped Pang Xian'er. Feng Wu, on the other hand, cried out in fear and turned around to flee. At this time, the Heavenly Fire clan's momentum was gone. Feng Wu was also a member of the Heavenly Fire clan, but Feng Wu came from the Fire Phoenix clan. Although there were few members of this clan, each of them was a peerless expert. "Old man, are you bullying the young by attacking the younger generation?" An old voice sounded. "I want to bully the young, that's not allowed." Another equally old voice said. "Humph." The other old man didn't speak anymore, but directly attacked. The whole world immediately shook again, and an extremely tyrannical power broke out. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Fire clan and the old ancestor of the Pang clan fought. A battle of this level was the most attractive. Even Jiyu Fei's doppelganger didn't leave and watched the battle from a distance. At this time, some experts of the Pang clan also stopped. The war against the Heavenly Fire clan went unusually smoothly. The Heavenly Fire clan shouldn't be so weak. The Heavenly Fire clan of the Central Continent was probably going to be wiped out. No one thought that the Heavenly Fire clan would be so vulnerable. This actually benefited the Pang clan. The Pang clan's territory had expanded several times. Although the Pang clan won this battle beautifully, they also suffered great losses. Countless soldiers died in this battle, and even the old ancestor of the Pang clan was beheaded. Moreover, the most important thing was that although the Pang clan had defeated the Heavenly Fire clan, there was still fighting in other places. For a moment, the Central Continent was still in chaos. While the Central Continent was in turmoil, someone launched an attack on the Pang clan. In the West Continent, a group of soldiers directly tore through the defensive line and killed their way in. The leader of this group of soldiers was actually a death creature, tyrannical to the extreme. Without any suspense, the soldiers of the West Continent directly killed their way into the Central Continent's territory that originally belonged to the Heavenly Fire clan, occupying more than a dozen cities. Then, there was also a superpower in the South Continent that had been eyeing the Central Continent, but they hadn't found an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had finally come. The superpower in the South Continent naturally wouldn't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They directly killed their way into the Central Continent and occupied more than a dozen cities. This shocked and angered the senior members of the Pang clan. These fellows actually took advantage of the situation and directly killed their way into the Central Continent, occupying the land that originally belonged to the Pang clan. How could they tolerate this? The Pang clan directly sent experts to conquer the cultivation forces in the West Continent and the South Continent. Battles continued in the Central Continent. Apart from the West Continent and the South Continent, even the clan lord of the chaotic Golden Rock clan in the East Continent, Kang Q, intended to take advantage of this opportunity to kill his way into the Central Continent and settle down there. However, Kang Q had never seen Jiu Fei. If he wanted to enter the Central Continent, he definitely needed Jiu Fei's approval. One should know that the current Central Continent was definitely a big fat piece of meat in the eyes of all the forces. Everyone wanted a bite. Of course, not everyone was qualified to take a bite of this fat piece of meat. On this day, Kang Q arrived outside the place where Jiu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. However, as expected, he was stopped by the giant spirit demon again. He couldn't even enter the valley where Jiu Fei was. Kang Q actually had a way to enter the valley, but he didn't want to offend Jiu Fei because the consequences of offending Jiu Fei were very serious. If he offended Jiu Fei and lost Jiu Fei's support, it would be almost impossible for him to defend the East Continent, let alone invade the Central Continent. This was because the forces in the East Continent seemed to obey him on the surface, but in fact, the actual controller of these forces was Jiu Fei. Whether it was the Deity Clan, the Mysterious Snake Clan, or the Earth Spirit Clan, these forces were truly loyal to Jiu Fei, not Kang Q. As long as Jiu Fei said a word, Kang Q would immediately become a general without a stick. Kang Q was very clear about his situation, so he was very afraid of offending Jiu Fei. This was because everything he had now was related to Jiu Fei, and he couldn't do without Jiu Fei's support. Even if he was a puppet, Kang Q would accept it. After all, Jiu Fei would have to leave in the end, and the East Continent would eventually belong to the chaotic Golden Rock clan. In order to obtain Jiu Fei's support, Kang Q came to the valley almost every day to see if Jiu Fei had come out of seclusion. Chapter 3559. A storm was brewing in the Central Continent. The Pang clan's army defeated the Skyfire clan's army and occupied the Skyfire clan's ancestral land. Then, they began to encircle the remaining members of the Skyfire clan. Meanwhile, the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan and the old ancestor of the Pang clan fought their way into the depths of the starry sky and fought in the distant Nine Heavens starry sky. Even in the Central Continent, one could still sense the two mighty auras descending from the Nine Heavens starry sky. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan was definitely in existence at the extreme grade, while the old ancestor of the Pang clan was also an extreme grade expert. However, both of them carefully controlled their powers and did not let their powers break through to the extreme grade. The two extreme Dao experts had sealed their extreme Dao cultivation. They had no choice but to do so. After all, the ancestral god realm was no longer the ancestral god realm of the past. The appearance of heavenly punishment made even extreme-grade supremes bow their heads. No extreme-grade supremes dared to treat their lives as a joke. Jiu Fei's doppelganger also came to the Nine Heavens starry sky and watched the battle between the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan and the old ancestor of the Pang clan from afar. The old ancestor of the Pang clan stretched out his hand and grabbed over a dozen stars. Then, he refined them into a dozen divine beads and threw them at the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan. The old ancestor of the Skyfire clan sneered and punched out. The power of a quasi-supreme expert instantly condensed into a huge flaming fist. Boom! The flaming fist swept across the sky and directly blew up the dozen divine beads. Then, it continued to smash towards the old ancestor of the Pang clan on the other side of the starry sky. Wherever the flaming fist passed, countless stars exploded and the void was annihilated. It was as terrifying as if the world was about to be destroyed. Although it was also the power of a quasi-supreme expert, the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan's control over this level of power had reached the point of perfection. It was also the power of a quasi-supreme expert, but in the hands of the old ancestor of the Skyfire clan, the power displayed was much stronger than that of other quasi-supreme experts. Swoosh! The old ancestor of the Pang clan also made a move. He pointed a finger and a ball of divine light emerged from the tip of his finger, then directly flew towards the flaming fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of divine light that rushed out of the Pang clan's patriarch's fingertip collided with the fiery fist. At that moment, the ball of divine light emitted a light that was 1,000 times more powerful than the divine sun, illuminating the entire dark starry sky. Two quasi-supreme level powers erupted, and the divine light that blossomed made Jiyu Fei's clone almost unable to open its eyes. The energy fluctuations that erupted spread for millions of miles. Countless stars exploded, and a small half of the stars in the entire starfield completely disappeared in the starry sky. Everyone was indescribably shocked. At this time, the figures of the Heavenly Fire clan and the Pang clan's old ancestors were moving rapidly. Powerful quasi-supreme level powers were constantly erupting, shaking the entire starry sky. Many experts who had entered the Nine Heavens starry sky to watch the battle were stunned by this scene. Is this still the power of a quasi-supreme? Someone exclaimed. The battle strength displayed by the Heavenly Fire clan and the Pang clan's old ancestors was too frightening. It was even more powerful and terrifying than peak quasi-supreme level existences. However, the two experts' control of power was really amazing. Even Jiyu Fei's clone couldn't help but be moved. Even he might not be able to do it. After all, these two fellas were genuine extreme supreme level experts. In the entire ancestral god realm, there were actually two extreme supreme level experts hidden in the central continent. This could be considered a miracle. In the current era, extreme supreme level experts were almost impossible to find. However, due to various reasons, some extreme supreme level experts didn't disappear and stayed in the ancestral god realm. For example, the Fire Ape primogenitor was sealed by the Golden Crow primogenitor in the first ancestral vein of the ancestral god realm's eastern continent. Then, when Jiyu Fei and Kang Q attacked the Golden Crow clan, he was released by the Golden Crow clan's old ancestor. However, the reason why the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor and the Pang clan's old ancestor could still stay in the ancestral god realm was definitely a huge secret. The battle between the two great experts shattered the starry sky and destroyed countless stars. In the end, the two great experts fought their way into the primal chaos. No one knew the outcome of the battle. One should know that no one was willing to enter the primal chaos to watch the battle because it would be difficult to come out if one was trapped in there. Jiyu Fei's clone didn't chase into the primal chaos. In the end, only the Pang clan's old ancestor returned to the Pang clan's ancestral land. The Pang clan's old ancestor returned with heavy injuries. The Pang clan's old ancestor didn't say much about the battle and directly went into seclusion to heal his injuries. The Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor never appeared again. Some people guessed that the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor was killed by the Pang clan's old ancestor. However, some people didn't think that the Pang clan's old ancestor could kill the Heavenly Fire clan's old ancestor. Jiyu Fei's clone didn't return to the East continent. Instead, he continued to travel in the Central continent. At this time, the Central continent was already in chaos. Everywhere he went, he saw scenes of people being plunged into misery and suffering. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. It was absolutely impossible for the mortal world to not be affected when such a big thing happened in the Central continent's cultivation world. On the morning of the third day after the battle between the old ancestors, Jiyu Fei's clone came to a city that wasn't very big. He saw black smoke coming out of the city. The city gate had been broken, and there were more than a dozen corpses lying outside the city gate. Jiyu Fei's clone realized that these corpses weren't the corpses of cultivators, but the corpses of mortals. They actually killed mortals. Jiyu Fei's clone was immediately angry. Among the corpses of mortals, there were many young and strong people. He had always hated cultivators killing mortals. It must be known that mortals were the foundation of the world of cultivation. Cultivators had evolved from mortals. Cultivators could not forget their origins after obtaining a powerful cultivation base. Haha, at this moment, An unbridled laughter rang out from the city. Jiu Fei's clone suddenly raised his head, and a glimmer of light shone in his eyes. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the void without a trace. The next moment, Jiu Fei's figure appeared in the sky above the city. A strong smell of blood immediately rushed into his nose. He looked down and saw that the square in the city was filled with corpses. In the middle of the square, there was an altar that was 30 feet high. It was a blood-colored altar. There were 3 cultivators in red standing on the blood-colored altar. One of the 3 cultivators, a middle-aged man, had slashed out with his sword and killed a mortal, who was already trembling in fear, on the altar. A stream of blood rushed out of the mortal's body, and it was directly devoured by the blood-colored altar. The middle-aged cultivator directly threw the mortal off the altar. At this time, there were dozens of mortals kneeling around the blood-colored altar. These mortals were shocked by the scene on the altar. There were actually children among these mortals. "Bad people. You are bad people." A childish voice rang out and a thin figure stood up from the ground. His face was stained with blood. However, his eyes were filled with intelligence. He was not intimidated by the 3 red-robed cultivators on the altar at all. Jiu Fei's clone saw that it was a little boy. "This child is not bad." Jiu Fei's clone could not help but nod. This little boy was only 5 or 6 years old, but he was braver than the average little boy. He seemed to be very sensible. "Oh my, I didn't think that there would be such a good seedling in this small place." The middle-aged cultivator looked down at the little boy under the altar. The little boy's life was in his hands, but he did not make a move. "Haha, senior brother, do you want to take this child as your disciple?" Another cultivator in red suddenly said with a smile. At the same time, a cold light flashed between his fingers. A silver needle immediately shot towards the little boy. The middle-aged cultivator was furious, but he did not make a move to save the little boy. Just as the little boy was about to be hit by the silver needle suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the red-clothed cultivator who shot out the silver needle suddenly fell onto the altar. In the next moment, a powerful stream of blood rushed out of the cultivator in red's head. This stream of blood was directly devoured by the blood-colored altar. "Collecting the essence of mortals," Jiu Fei's clone said. The cultivator in red suddenly fell on the altar. His essence was devoured by the altar, and he died. This scene scared the middle-aged cultivator and the other cultivator in red so much that their faces turned pale. Shua! A black light flew out of the middle-aged cultivator's body. It was a magic treasure in the shape of a crescent moon. It was surrounded by sharp blades, and one would be cut by just touching it. A cold and gloomy aura spread out from the magic treasure. The other cultivator in red directly opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored flying sword. The flying sword turned into a blood-colored sword light that circled around his body. "Who's the one behind this attack? Get out here." The middle-aged cultivator looked around nervously, but he did not find anything. "Who is it? If you don't get out here, I will kill all these mortals." The middle-aged cultivator roared ferociously. But no one responded to him. "Do it." The middle-aged cultivator roared at the cultivator in red. "Why me?" The cultivator in red was not having it. "If I tell you to do it, then do it. I am the senior brother. You have to listen to me." The middle-aged cultivator said angrily. "Listen to you? Go to hell." The cultivator in red was also furious. This guy actually wanted to push him to his death. "If you want to die, then die by yourself. Don't drag me down with you." The cultivator in red said and became one with his sword. He turned into a blood-colored sword light and soared into the sky, trying to escape. The middle-aged cultivator was furious when he heard that. But in the next moment, he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw a huge hand grabbing down from the sky, directly grabbing the blood-colored sword light. This. Chapter 3560. In the central continent, a nameless small city was destroyed. Almost all the mortals in the city were killed. These people did not even spare the old, the young, the women, and the children. In the central square of the small city, there was an altar that was more than 30 feet tall. Almost all the energy essence of the mortals in the city was devoured by the altar. Some evil cultivators took advantage of the chaos in the central continent and used such a vicious method to collect the energy essence of mortals. This touched the reverse scale of Ji Yufei's doppelganger. He had always valued mortals and would never allow these people who slaughtered mortals to continue living in this world. There were dozens of mortals kneeling around the blood-colored altar. These mortals were terrified. They did not dare to raise their heads and were extremely terrified. However, at this moment, a 5 or 6-year-old child stood out and pointed at the 3 evil cultivators on the altar, calling them bad guys. One of the red-clad cultivators had wanted to use a silver needle to kill off the child. However, Ji Yufei's clone had taken action and used the red-clad cultivator's silver needle to kill off the red-clad cultivator. These people were not even immortals. How dare they kill a city of mortals to collect their energy essence? Who are you? If you don't come out, I'm going to start killing people. The middle-aged cultivator roared at the top of his lungs. His face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly, the other cultivator in red, who had fused with the blood-colored sword, charged up into the sky in an attempt to flee. However, a great hand grasped down from the sky to grab the incomparably sharp, blood-colored sword light. The big hand tightened and the sword light in the big hand shattered. A scream came from the big hand. In the next moment, the cultivator in red turned into a cloud of blood mist. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. The middle-aged cultivator was so frightened by this scene that he collapsed onto the altar. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the altar silently. Who are you? The Holocaust sect has no enmity with you. Why did you kill our people? The middle-aged man's voice trembled. I'm going to kill all of you. Blood Holocaust sect, right? Later on, I'm going to destroy this sect. Ji Yufei's doppelganger stared coldly at the guy who was paralyzed on the ground and said such words. What Holocaust sect? Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it wasn't a good thing. What? The middle-aged cultivator was left dumbfounded by the words of Ji Yufei's clone. Just who is this fellow? Could he be one of the legendary divine masters? Ji Yufei's doppelganger didn't waste any more words with this fellow. A beam of divine light shot out from his glabella and directly rushed into the middle-aged cultivator's glabella. In the next moment, Ji Yufei's clone directly read the middle-aged cultivator's memories. Under the godly seizing secret technique, the middle-aged cultivator had no secrets to speak of in front of him. Blood Holocaust sect. The eyes of Ji Yufei's doppelganger turned cold. In the next moment, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes suddenly lost their luster and he fell head first onto the altar. With just a thought, Ji Yufei's doppelganger killed the guy from Holocaust sect. A beam of divine light rushed out from the middle-aged cultivator and entered his body. Are you a good person? Just as Ji Yufei's doppelganger was about to leave, a childish voice was heard from below the altar. Ji Yufei's doppelganger lowered his head and saw a 5 or 6-year-old boy with white teeth and red lips looking at him. This boy's muscles and bones were not bad. Ji Yufei's doppelganger waved his hand and the boy flew up from the ground and landed on the altar. Little guy, follow me, Ji Yufei's doppelganger said to the boy. Are you a good person? The boy continued to ask as he looked at Ji Yufei's doppelganger innocently. Ji Yufei's doppelganger thought for a while and said, I don't know if I'm a good person, but I'm definitely not a bad person. The bad guys took my grandfather away. Brother, can you help me find my grandfather? The boy looked at Ji Yufei's doppelganger and said, Let me try. Ji Yufei's doppelganger performed the godly seizing secret technique again and read the boy's memories. Then, he was silent. The boy's grandfather wasn't taken away, but he was blasted into a cloud of blood mist and died tragically. The boy and his grandfather depended on each other in this city. They didn't expect that the evil cultivators would suddenly take advantage of the chaos in the central continent and kill their way into the city. Apart from the dozens of mortals kneeling around the altar, everyone else was killed by the 3 evil cultivators. The essence of those mortals was all devoured by the blood-colored altar. Ji Yufei's doppelganger pointed a finger at the boy's forehead. Then, the boy had a dream. In the dream, His grandfather told him to learn from his master so that he could defeat the bad guys in the future. This dream was extremely real. The boy smiled in his sleep. This was the only thing Jiyu Fei could help the boy with. He didn't have the ability to bring the dead back to life, so it was impossible for him to find the boy's deceased grandfather. Jiyu Fei's doppelganger then took the sleeping boy into his inner world. Then, he took a step and instantly arrived high in the sky. He stretched his right hand down and the blood-colored altar on the ground flew up. It quickly shrunk and fell into his hand. Such a sect could no longer exist in this world if they used such a method to obtain essence. Jiyu Fei's doppelganger directly disappeared into the void. After Jiyu Fei disappeared for a while, the mortals kneeling on the ground dared to raise their heads. They all looked around in disbelief. "Haha, I didn't die." A middle-aged man was ecstatic and laughed crazily. As he laughed, tears flowed down his face. His relatives were all dead, and he was the only one left. The others also woke up from the ecstasy of escaping death. Some were crazy, some were crying, and some were giggling as if they had become stupid. Those who survived were actually more upset than those who had died. They had all lost their loved ones. No one knew the pain better than they did. The evil cultivators could kill the innocent indiscriminately and were unscrupulous. These cultivators had already embarked on a ruthless path and had lost the emotions that humans should have. At this time, on a mountain ridge 300 miles away from the city, a palace stood on the top of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a horizontal plaque on the archway of the gate. The words Holocaust Sect were written on it. In the mountain gate, there were many cultivators in red robes walking around. In the palace on the mountain peak, there was a strong aura. It was an extremely evil aura. Why hasn't Wu Tu and the others returned yet? Is it difficult to collect the essence of 10,000 mortals? In a courtyard in the mountain gate, an old man was talking to himself. The subordinates of I, Bloodhand Massacre God, are all trash? The old man sighed and said. At this moment, a blood-colored altar suddenly descended from the sky. With a boom, it landed directly in front of the black-robed old man. The old man lifted his head and saw a young man in black standing on the blood-colored altar. The old man in black was shocked. This person could enter the mountain gate of Holocaust Sect silently. He was definitely not a weakling. The old man's forehead started to sweat. Those 3 guys are your subordinates. Jiyu Fei's doppelganger stood on the blood-colored altar and stared coldly at the old man in black. The murderous aura on the old man was so strong that it was almost visible to the naked eye. So what if they are? The old man in black said with a solemn expression. In the next moment, he waved his right hand and dozens of black lights flew out from his hand and shot towards the figure on the blood-colored altar. This was an extremely evil magic treasure in Holocaust Sect. It was called the Black Demon Needle. As long as one was pierced by the Black Demon Needle, even a little bit of skin or hair would cause one to die. Even if one was as strong as an immortal spirit, one would turn into a pool of blood and die after being pierced by the Black Demon Needle. However, Jiyu Fei's doppelganger was not an immortal spirit, but an existence that was many times stronger than an immortal spirit. He did not move at all and the dozens of black lights flew back and pierced through Bloodhand Massacre God's body. Dozens of black fiend needles shot into the ground behind Bloodhand Godslaughter, and the ground immediately turned pitch black. What? Bloodhand Massacre God lowered his head and looked at the wound on his body in disbelief. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything and fell to the ground. Black, viscous blood flowed from his body. The Bloodhand Godslaughter had never imagined that he would die to the black fiend divine needles he had refined himself. In just a few breaths' time, the Holocaust Sect's elder, Sanguine Massacre, turned into a pool of blood and disappeared from this world completely. At this moment, no one in Holocaust Sect had noticed that Jiyu Fei's doppelganger had barged into the mountain gate of Holocaust Sect. Jiyu Fei's doppelganger looked at the palace on the mountain peak. There was an evil aura as if an extremely evil demon was hiding inside. Without any hesitation, Jiyu Fei's doppelganger slammed his palm towards the palace on the mountain peak. Boom! The entire palace exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, all the disciples in Holocaust sect were shocked by the scene on the mountain peak. What's going on? The ancestral hall, outside the mountain gate, a disciple of Holocaust sect looked at the rising dust on the mountain peak and was shocked. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the ancestral hall. Endless evil aura exploded from this figure as if a peerless evil lord had been born. Roar. The figure let out a roar and pounced down the mountain. An extremely powerful force burst out and pressed down on Gu Fei's doppelganger. I didn't expect a half-saint to be hiding here, Gu Fei's doppelganger said with surprise. To him, a half-saint was like an ant and was not much stronger. However, to an ordinary cultivator, a half-saint was a supreme existence. Chapter 3561. Gu Fei's clone hadn't expected that the Bloodfiend sect would have a half-saint guarding it. He had thought that the Bloodfiend sect was just a small sect. However, a sect with a half-saint guarding it could no longer be considered a small sect. However, this was just Gu Fei's clone. Whether it was a small sect or a large sect, it made no difference. POW. Gu Fei's clone slapped the half-step saint's face, shattering the left side of the half-step saint's face. His teeth flew out of his mouth along with bloody foam. Boom. The corrupt path's half-step saint was sent flying, smashing through a pavilion before being buried under the rubble. Dust filled the air. Roar. In the next moment, a furious roar rang out, and a tyrannical evil energy exploded out. With a boom, countless rocks and bricks were blown away by the explosive force. The half-saint soared into the sky, directly attacking Gu Fei's clone. He extended his right hand, and 5 rays of blood-colored light shot out of his hand, piercing through Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone spat out a breath of air, and those 5 rays of blood-colored light immediately dissipated. What? The half-saint was indescribably shocked. This fellow had actually blown away his blood-colored fiend light with a single breath. How was that possible? His opponent's strength had surpassed his expectations. He only felt a gust of wind blow at him, and his face felt like it was being cut by a knife. In the next moment, the half-saint felt like he had been struck by a sledgehammer. He flew back, the sound of bones breaking coming from his body. The half-saint coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair. You're just an insignificant half-saint, but you dare to gather mortal essence to cultivate. Count yourself unlucky to run into me today. Gu Fei's clone's expression was incomparably icy. He took a step forward, instantly catching up to the half-saint, and then his foot landed on his chest. Bam! Catcher! His throat was blocked by blood, and he couldn't even let out a scream. He fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! The ground shook and dust flew into the air. The evil path's half-step saint had smashed a huge crater in the ground. At this moment, the disciples of the Holocaust sect were already scared silly by this scene. They only recovered from the shock when the demonic path's half-saint fell to the ground. The Holocaust sect's disciples immediately dispersed and all of them turned around to escape. There was nothing more precious than life. If they died, they would have nothing. No one wanted to die, especially those vicious and evil people. Trying to escape. Gu Fei's clone smiled coldly. Then, a ball of divine light appeared in his hand. This ball of divine light soared into the sky and suddenly exploded in midair. Countless golden lights immediately shot out in all directions and instantly pierced through all the Holocaust sect's disciples who were escaping. Those disciples of the Holocaust sect died just like that. They were instantly killed by Gu Fei's clone. After that, Gu Fei's attention fell on the semi-saint of the evil path. At this moment, the half-saint was in an extremely sorry state. There wasn't a clean spot on his body, and he looked more like a beggar than a beggar. Who the hell are you? The half-saint was heavily injured, and he was constantly coughing up blood. He viciously stared at Gu Fei's clone, as if he wanted to pounce on Gu Fei's clone. You can die now. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he immediately attacked. Boom! A muffled sound resounded, and then the half-saint's figure completely disappeared. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't want to play with this guy anymore. He directly killed the demonic path's demonic sage. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky. With just a simple attack, The entire Holocaust sect was completely erased from the map by a powerful force. After destroying the Holocaust sect, he directly left. Soon, Jiyu Fei's clone arrived on a grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from the grassland. Jiyu Fei's clone directly rushed towards the source of the sound. Soon, he arrived near the grassland, and saw that there were two camps fighting fiercely. Boom! With a muffled sound, Jiyu Fei's clone descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the battlefield. A surge of energy was transmitted from his feet into the ground. The ground immediately shook violently like a wave. In the battlefield of tens of thousands of people, everyone only felt their feet shaking, and they couldn't stand steadily. Some people even directly sat on the ground. Rumble, muffled sounds came from the ground like muffled thunder. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Tens of thousands of people simultaneously fell to the ground. Jiyu Fei's clone actually used his own strength to stop tens of thousands of people from fighting. This kind of method was really shocking, and all the cultivators who saw this scene were indescribably shocked. "All of you stop!" Jiyu Fei's clone shouted loudly. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of tens of thousands of people. "Who are you?" A general walked out. When he saw the appearance of Jiyu Fei's clone, he was startled. How could this guy be so young? "Who I am isn't important. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram," Jiyu Fei's clone said disdainfully. Hearing this, that general was instantly enraged. He actually directly stepped in front of Jiyu Fei's clone, and then directly slashed his sword at Jiyu Fei's clone's head. Jiyu Fei's clone directly raised his hand and grabbed the long sword that was slashing down. Seeing this scene, that general was really shocked. He wanted to pull back his long sword, but he found that the long sword seemed to have grown roots in his opponent's hand. No matter how the general mobilized his strength, he still couldn't get his sword back. Clang! As soon as Jiyu Fei's clone exerted force, the long sword immediately shattered. The broken pieces of the long sword shot at the general's body, but they almost pierced through the general's body, causing him to suffer a great impact and almost die. "All of you, scram!" Jiyu Fei's clone roared, his voice deafening. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of people all looked at Jiyu Fei's clone, and everyone's forehead was dripping with sweat. Someone cried out, and then tens of thousands of people began to flee. The entire grassland was filled with the silhouettes of humans. Jiyu Fei's clone didn't say anything. He directly soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. He left the grassland and arrived in front of a city. The city had also turned into ruins, and a bloody smell surged into the nose of Jiyu Fei's clone. Needless to say, this was the work of cultivators. It should be known that there were many more mortals in the city than cultivators, but when cultivators fought, the destructive power was also shocking. Jiyu Fei's doppelganger directly walked into the city and saw corpses lying on the ground everywhere on the streets. These were the corpses of mortals. Damn it! Jiyu Fei's clone was infuriated. At this time, a scream came from the back of the city, and in the next moment, Jiyu Fei's clone disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the city. He saw several cultivators fighting for a relic. These guys. Chapter 3562. Cultivators slaughtering mortals was a great taboo in the righteous path, but evil cultivators didn't have any scruples. In order to obtain great power, evil cultivators would do anything. Even if they had to slaughter the essence of all living beings, they wouldn't hesitate. The reason why evil cultivators were evil cultivators was because they had slaughtered too many people. They acted recklessly and disregarded the lives of all living beings. They were self-centered and free. Rumble, inside the city, 5 God Realm experts were fighting. The white-clothed sword god was extremely powerful. The sword light from his body soared for thousands of meters, forcing the other 4 God Realm experts into a sorry state. Clang! A middle-aged man with a ferocious expression took out a divine bell and blocked the green sword light. Another sword mark was left on the divine bell. At this time, there were no other living beings in the city. All of them had turned into dried corpses, their essence, chi, and soul completely devoured. Jiyu Fei's clone was enraged at this scene. He thought, these guys can't be left alive. However, he didn't directly take action. He hid himself and watched from the side. The sword cultivator's cultivation was not bad. With a sword in hand, the four God Realm experts kept retreating. If it wasn't for the four God Realm experts working together, they would have been killed by the white-clothed sword god. Shimon Egen, hand over the heavenly god tool and we'll spare your life. The middle-aged man controlling the bronze bell said with a ferocious expression. That's right, hand over the heavenly god tool quickly. Another tall and thin guy, who looked like a bamboo pole, said with a grin. A long black rope rushed out of his hand and turned into a black snake that coiled around the white-clothed sword god. That sword god called Shimon Egen seemed to have transformed into a heavenly sword. With a slash, that black rope transformed into a black snake was chopped into two. What? When the skinny man saw this, he was truly shocked. After all, that was a high-quality god artifact that he had obtained, yet it had been cut in half by a single slash. After the sword light cut through the black snake, its momentum did not decrease, and it directly slashed toward the thin man. The skinny man turned pale with fright. Without thinking, he bent over and rolled away, dodging the attack. Although he was in a sorry state, he wasn't killed by Shimon Egen's sword light. The four of you want to get the heavenly god tool? Shimon Egen said with a sneer, his face filled with disdain. Rumble, at this moment, a huge golden hand descended from the sky, directly slapping towards Shimon Egen. A formidable power spread out, sealing the space around Shimon Egen. The leader of the four great evil gods made his move. Boss attack was naturally extraordinary, but Shimon Egen wasn't someone to be trifled with. He used god and sword as one and directly broke through the golden palm. What? When the other three demonic gods saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that even their boss couldn't suppress this fellow? At this time, the demonic god boss had already started fighting with Shimon Egen, but very quickly, the demonic god boss arm was cut off by Shimon Egen. You three bastards, if you don't come and help me, I'll kill you. The demonic god boss was in so much pain that his face was distorted. Although his arm was cut off by Shimon Egen, this wasn't the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that the sword chi had already invaded his body. Shimon Egen's sword chi was no small matter. The demonic god boss life force was constantly being eroded by the sword chi. He could only crazily urge the energy in his body to force out the sword chi that had invaded his body. The other three demonic gods turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed forward. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. The four great evil gods were all injured by Shimon Egen's sword chi. The four great evil gods are only SOSO. Shimon Egen said disdainfully. The four great evil gods. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was hiding on the side, muttered to himself. Could it be that these four fellows had killed all the mortals in the city? Although Shimon Egen wasn't a good person, he wasn't the kind of person who would kill the innocent. For symbols formation, the four great evil gods joined hands, and their powerful energy gathered together, transforming into a giant elephant that rushed towards Shimon Egen. It was as if a real divine elephant had appeared in the void. However, Shimon Egen only needed one sword strike to split the giant elephant's shadow in half. Sublimation in battle. Gu Fei's doppelganger muttered to himself. This Shimon Egen had actually comprehended a deeper level of sword Dao power while fighting with others. Shimon Egen's sword Dao power was constantly increasing, and in this way, the four great evil gods were out of luck. Especially the demonic god boss, his expression changed greatly. He knew that it was impossible for them to defeat Shimon Egen. The four great evil gods didn't care about the heavenly god tool anymore. Then, as if they had an agreement, they simultaneously turned around and fled. The four great evil gods simultaneously fled in four different directions. Seeing this, Shimon Egen couldn't help but be shocked. He could only chase after one evil god. Shimon Egen didn't think too much and directly chased after the demonic god boss. Preposterous. Seeing this, the demonic god boss's face turned green, and he desperately tried to escape. His arm that was cut off by Shimon Egen had already grown back. At this time, without any warning, The demonic god boss's divine body unexpectedly exploded with a bang sound, turning into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, both his body and soul were destroyed. Seeing this scene, Shimon Egen was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Shimon Egen muttered to himself, his voice trembling. The demonic god boss was not an ordinary divine realm expert, but someone actually directly killed him. At this time, miserable screams could be heard, and the other three great evil gods unexpectedly met the same fate. Their divine bodies directly shattered into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed, and their Tao dissipated. Who the hell is it? Shimon Egen was quite frightened. He actually didn't see who killed the four great evil gods. This also showed that the person who secretly attacked them was very powerful. The person who could instantly kill the four great evil gods naturally could only be Jiyu Fei's doppelganger. With Shimon Egen's cultivation, it was impossible for him to sense the existence of Jiyu Fei's doppelganger. Who are you looking for? A voice suddenly rang out behind Shimon Egen. This time, Shimon Egen was really shocked. He fiercely turned around, but he didn't see anything. However, there was a vague figure behind his back. Who the hell are you? Shimon Egen's expression changed greatly. The Shimon clan is considered a strong clan in the central continent, but your cultivation is really too weak. The voice continued to ring out behind Shimon Egen. Shimon Egen turned pale with fright. The person's cultivation was definitely far above his. That person was clearly behind him, but he couldn't see this person at all. Who are you, senior? Shimon Egen's voice became humble. An existence with such a cultivation level was definitely an existence of the heavenly god realm, not someone an ordinary minor god could compare to. He would never have imagined that the other party was not a heavenly god, but one of the strongest existences in the entire ancestral god realm. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Jiyu Fei's doppelganger had the intention to accept him as a disciple. Shimon Egen came from the Shimon clan, a cultivation clan of the central continent. Although it couldn't compare to the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan, it was still an influential force in the central continent. Before the central continent war broke out, both the Pang clan and the Heavenly Fire clan wanted to rope in the Shimon clan. Hearing that the mysterious expert actually wanted to accept him as a disciple, Shimon Egen couldn't help but be surprised and happy to be chosen by this senior. This was his good fortune. However, he also needed to know who the other party was before he could take him as a disciple. Seeing that Shimon Egen didn't say anything, Jiyu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but nod inwardly. Shimon Egen was very cautious. He couldn't just randomly take someone as a disciple. You're very careful, Jiyu Fei's doppelganger said. Many thanks, senior, for thinking so highly of me, but I need to know who senior is before I can decide whether to take you as a disciple or not, Shimon Egen said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Shimon Egen said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. After saying that, he slowly turned around and a black-clothed youngster immediately appeared in front of him. This black-clothed youngster's appearance was much younger than him. Little guy, my name is Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei's doppelganger said to Shimon Egen with a smile. What, senior is Jiyu Fei? Hearing this, Shimon Egen was truly shocked. Jiyu Fei's famous name, it was likely that all the cultivators in the entire ancestral god realm had heard of this name before. As the successor of the Shimon clan, Shimon Egen had also heard of this name before. What, are you willing to take me as a disciple? Jiyu Fei's doppelganger said to Shimon Egen with a smile. Yes, this junior is very willing. Shimon Egen hurriedly kowtowed to Jiyu Fei's doppelganger. Being able to take Jiyu Fei as a disciple was something that Shimon Egen did not even dare to dream of. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? Jiyu Fei had made a huge name for himself in the East continent. Everything he did was a major event that could shake the entire ancestral god realm. For such a person to take him as a disciple, Shimon Egen's ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke. Shimon Egen directly paid his respects to Jiyu Fei's doppelganger as a disciple. Jiyu Fei's doppelganger searched his body for a while, then took out a sword. This was a holy sword, and the aura that spread out from the holy sword made Shimon Egen's heart palpitate. Master doesn't have anything good to give you, so I'll give you a holy sword. I hope that you will cultivate well and become a sword saint in the future. Jiyu Fei said as he handed the holy sword in his hand to Shimon Ijian. Holy sword. Shimon Ijian was shocked to hear this. Master actually gave him a holy sword. Was he dreaming? A holy sword was many times better than any heavenly god weapon. Although Shimon Ijian's Shimon clan was a powerful clan in the central continent, they did not have many holy weapons. A holy weapon was definitely the most precious treasure of the Shimon clan. Shimon Ijian's hands trembled as he received the holy sword from Jiyu Fei's doppelganger, but his heart was in turmoil. Thank you, Master. Chapter 3563. Jiyu Fei's doppelganger accepted Shimon Ijian as his disciple because Shimon Ijian had defeated the 4 demonic gods and displayed his talent in the way of the sword. Under Jiyu Fei's guidance, Shimon Ijian would soon become a true expert in the way of the sword. He was extremely excited to be able to become Jiyu Fei's disciple. One had to know that Jiyu Fei was a famous savage in the ancestral god realm, and he had nearly exterminated the Golden Crow clan of the East Continent. Even though the Golden Crow ancestor had returned, he was unable to lead the Golden Crow clan to rise again, nor was he able to defeat the Chaos Golden Rock clan and take back the #1 ancestral bloodline in the East Continent. Not long ago, the Chaos Golden Rock clan supported by Jiyu Fei had defeated the Golden Crow clan and unified the entire East Continent. This news quickly spread throughout the ancestral god realm. Even the Skyfire clan, a super force of the central continent, had suffered a setback at the hands of Jiyu Fei and could do nothing to Jiyu Fei. At this time, the Skyfire clan was defeated by the Pang clan. The ancestor of the Skyfire clan retreated in defeat and never appeared again. Shimon Ijian becoming Jiyu Fei's disciple was a good thing for the Shimon clan. Is the central continent in chaos? Jiyu Fei's doppelganger asked Shimon Ijian. Shimon Ijian hurriedly replied, Master, according to the Shimon clan's observation, the central continent has already fallen into chaos. I believe it will soon affect the entire ancestral god realm. The Shimon clan was also very powerful in the central continent, but they had never intervened in any of the battles and had always been watching from the sidelines. But now, in order to protect themselves, the Shimon clan had already recalled their experts outside and activated the ancestral grounds protective array, forbidding the clan's disciples from going out. At this time, apart from Shimon Ijian, there were really only a few disciples of the Shimon clan still walking around outside. Is that so? Jiyu Fei's doppelganger was not surprised. It should be known that the central continent was different from the East Continent. The central continent was much larger than any of the other regions and there were many cultivation sects in the central continent. The number of cultivators in the central continent was more than the number of cultivators in the other 4 continents combined. However, most of the forces in the central continent had already joined either the Skyfire clan or the Pang clan. Hence, the entire central continent was in chaos. Although the Skyfire clan had been defeated by the Pang clan, the forces loyal to the Skyfire clan were unwilling to accept the fact that they had been defeated. They continued to fight against the Pang clan. In addition, some cultivators from other regions had entered the central continent. The entire cultivation world of the central continent could be said to be a mix of good and bad people. Those evil cultivators took advantage of the situation and collected the essence of mortals. The forces from the other regions of the ancestral god realm had already begun to invade the central continent. At this time, the Pang tribe was facing huge pressure from all sides. The western continent's army was blocked by the Pang tribe's troops, but the southern continent's army was like a dagger that stabbed into the eastern continent's land. When the Pang clan sent experts to stop the army of South State, the army of South State had already conquered an area of tens of thousands of miles in Zhengzhou State and successfully gained a foothold in Zhengzhou State. The southern continent's army was overseen by South State's #1 expert, Nan Batian, and they managed to repel the experts sent by the Pang tribe one after another. This shocked the entire Pang tribe. The Pang tribe had just fought a great battle with the Skyfire clan and their vitality had yet to recover. Naturally, they did not want to become enemies with a peerless expert like Nan Batian. However, the Pang tribe was unwilling to watch Nan Batian occupy such a large area. The current central continent was a piece of fat meat that everyone was drooling over. Everyone wanted to take a bite. However, the Pang tribe was a superpower in the central continent. Not everyone was qualified to take a bite of this fat meat. Through the Shiman clan's intelligence network, Gu Fei's clone learned of the current situation in the central continent. Chaos has arisen. Gu Fei's clone's expression was very solemn. The ancestral god realm was about to descend into chaos. This was just the beginning. Next, the ancestral god realm would enter an era of turmoil and darkness. Of course, this was nothing to Gu Fei, who was just a passerby in the ancestral god realm. However, he knew that it was not only the ancestral god realm that would descend into chaos. The human realm and the heavenly realm would also descend into chaos. At that time, if all the major worlds were to descend into chaos, countless living beings would die because of it. Is Nan Batian very strong? Gu Fei's clone and Shiman Yijian appeared in another city. This place was very peaceful. There was no killing. It was simply a paradise. However, this city was still controlled by the forces of the cultivation world. This was one of the countless cities controlled by the Pang tribe. This city was not big. Gu Fei's clone and Shiman Yijian were walking on the main street. The streets were filled with people and shops lined both sides of the street. It was very lively. Nan Batian is known as the #1 expert in the South Continent. His cultivation is absolutely powerful. This is undeniable. Shiman Yijian said with a solemn expression. The #1 expert in the South Continent. Interesting. Gu Fei's clone heard this and smiled. He did not say anything. With his current cultivation, as long as there were no extreme supremes, the South Continent was his. He was also a little curious about how powerful this #1 expert in the South Continent was. When Shiman Yijian saw Gu Fei's clone pondering, he could not help but think, could it be that Master wants to meet this #1 expert in the South Continent? Thinking of this, Shiman Yijian could not help but feel a little excited. It should be known that to him, a battle between experts of this level was definitely something that could only be encountered by chance. Nan Batian had been famous for a long time. No one could replace him as the #1 expert in the South Continent. He was the commander of the South Continent's army. Let's go. Gu Fei's clone did not say anything else. He directly left the city with Shiman Yijian. He wanted to go to a big city and use the teleportation array there to rush back to the East Continent. Since the ancestral god realm was already in chaos, why not let the Chaos Golden Rock clan become the ruler of the ancestral god realm? Even if the Chaos Golden Rock clan could not become the ruler of the ancestral god realm, they could at least become one of the strongest forces in the ancestral god realm. When Gu Fei's clone thought of this, he immediately decided to support Kang Q's fight for hegemony. He believed that Kang Q was also feeling anxious. Without his support, Kang Q wouldn't be able to do anything. Shiman City was a city named after the Shiman clan. This city was a super city, and there were tens of millions of living beings living in the city. Even in the entire central continent, there were only a dozen super cities inhabited by millions of living beings. The central continent was the world of the human race, but there were also many other races. Those large races such as the Treant race, Roaring Firmament Wolf race, Heavenly Ant race, etc. The number of these races was absolutely shocking. The Treant race was even spread throughout the 5 major continents of the ancestral god realm. However, only humans would build cities. Creatures of other races wouldn't normally build cities. Instead, they would simply live together. The Heavenly Ant race lived underground. At noon, Gu Fei's clone and Shiman Yijian arrived outside the city gates of Shiman City. Is this the Shiman clan's city? Gu Fei's clone glanced at Shiman Yijian and asked. Hehe, that's right. This is a place of importance to the Shiman clan, second only to the ancestral land. Shiman Yijian said somewhat embarrassedly. He was the one who had tricked Gu Fei's clone to come here. He had to tell his clansmen that he had become Gu Fei's disciple. It should be known that this was a huge matter for the Shiman clan. Shiman Yijian's status in the Shiman clan was actually not high. He was only a god-grade sword god. In the Shiman clan, there were at least 7 or 8,000 god-grade young clansmen. Although he was a sword god, there were many people in the Shiman clan with a higher cultivation level than him. He had originally given up on competing for the position of the next patriarch. But now, he had changed his mind. He wanted to become the next patriarch of the Shimon clan. At this time, the tightly closed city gates of Shimon City slowly opened. Then, a group of people came out to welcome them. The person in the lead was a tall, thin, and sage-like cyan-robed old man. Behind the cyan-robed old man was a group of experts with powerful cultivation. When Shimon Egen saw the cyan-robed old man in the lead, he couldn't help but be startled. He thought to himself, how come even the city lord has come? The old man in the lead was the city lord of Shimon City, Shimon Fong. This city lord of Shimon City was in existence on the same level as Shimon Egen's granduncle. City lord, how come you have personally come out? Shimon Egen hastily walked over and humbly greeted Shimon Fong. However, Shimon Fong didn't even glance at Shimon Egen. Instead, he was very polite to Ji Yufei's clone. He directly arrived in front of Ji Yufei's clone. Presumably, this must be Ji Yufei. Shimon Fong, the city lord of Shimon City, said as he sized up Ji Yufei's clone. You are, Ji Yufei's avatar naturally did not know what kind of person Shimon Fong, the city lord of Shimon City, was. This one is Shimon Fong. Shimon Fong naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to introduce himself in front of Ji Yufei's clone. Then, he introduced all the important figures in the city to Ji Yufei's clone. As for Shimon Egen, he was forgotten by everyone in a corner. After that, Shimon Fong welcomed Ji Yufei's clone into Shimon City and then went to the city lord's mansion. It had to be said that Shimon Fong's city lord's mansion was very good. It occupied a very large area and was built in a garden style. The density of spiritual qi in this city was not low. It was very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. In the city lord's mansion, everyone sat down. Shimon Fong sat on the throne high up in the main hall with a smile on his face. Being able to befriend Ji Yufei made him feel like he was in a dream. It was incomparably real. It is Shimon Egen's honor to have Senior as his master. Shimon Fong smiled and glanced at Shimon Egen, who was standing behind Ji Yufei. At this time, everyone in the palace hall looked at Shimon Egen with a different expression. This guy was simply a lucky bastard. One must know who Ji Yufei was. He was a fierce god of the ancestral god realm. He was incomparably powerful. Chapter 3564. Ancestral God Realm, Central Continent. Shimon Fong sat on the throne in the Shimon clan's Shimon City. In front of Ji Yufei's clone, Shimon Fong didn't dare to act presumptuously. Even the other experts of the Shimon clan were extremely nervous. The Shimon clan had actually formed a relationship with the vicious Ji Yufei. This was something that the Shimon clan could never have imagined. One must know that Ji Yufei's name had recently spread throughout the entire ancestral god realm. After chatting with Ji Yufei's clone for an hour, Shimon Fong personally accompanied Ji Yufei's clone to the place where guests were received. The back of the city lord's residence was lush and verdant. Many buildings were hidden by the trees. Very quickly, Shimon Fong brought Ji Yufei's clone to the front of a courtyard. This courtyard had a beautiful environment, and the spiritual qi gathered here. This caused Ji Yufei's clone to feel somewhat surprised. The place where the Shimon clan received their guests was actually so good. Ji Yufei's clone stayed here temporarily. However, he had already sent a message to Ji Yufei's real body. At this time, the Chaos Golden Rock clan's progenitor, Kang Q, was busy again. He had made up his mind to conquer the central continent. He had already received news that the forces of the West Continent and South Continent had already taken action. The armies of the two continents had already entered the central continent. Under the leadership of Nan Batian, the South Continent's army was like a hot knife cutting through butter. They quickly conquered a large area and successfully gained a foothold in the central continent. The success of the South Continent's army had stimulated Kang Q. He had already unified the East Continent. Logically speaking, apart from the central continent, the central continent should be ranked first among the forces of the other four continents. It should be known that all the forces of the East Continent were under Kang Q's control. Unlike the other continents didn't have a unified force. It seemed that the Chaos Golden Rock clan had an advantage that the forces of the other continents didn't have. Of course, what really made Kang Q determined to conquer the central continent was the news that Jiyu Fei's clone had sent back. The eastern continent was in chaos, and this was the perfect opportunity to fight for the ancestral god realm. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unify the ancestral god realm. If they missed it, who knew how many years they would have to wait for another chance like this? However, Jiyu Fei was very clear that there was an invisible hand behind all of this. Perhaps the goal of this hand was to weaken the power of the ancestral god realm. Jiyu Fei's clone was in the Shiman city of the central continent's Shiman clan. The Shiman city of the Shiman clan was a super big city. If he joined hands with the Shiman clan, the chances of capturing the central continent would be much greater. Soon, Kang Q gathered the experts from the Earth Spirit clan, the Heavenly God clan, and the Mysterious Snake clan. Meanwhile, Jiyu Fei was still in seclusion in the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. However, the Demon God and the Sword Slave had walked out of the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. The Demon God and the Sword Slave were peerless experts whose cultivation was not inferior to Kang Q's. The Sword Slave was especially powerful and terrifying. He was a super ruthless person who achieved his Tao through killing. The Sword Slave was once a Sword Principle sovereign who created the Supreme Sword Principle, the 9 Heaven Punishment Swords. Once the 9 swords were used, who could fight against him? However, due to some reason, his cultivation had fallen from the Supreme Realm, but the Sword Slave's cultivation was still comparable to Kang Q's. Kang Q was extremely excited when Jiyu Fei sent out the Demon God and the Sword Slave. Kang Q was swift and decisive. In just 3 days, he had formed a 1,000,000-strong army. This was the combat power of the entire Eastern continent. This was a war of gods. Only Kang Q could form a 1,000,000-strong army after unifying the Eastern continent. On the morning of the 4th day, Kang Q sent out the vanguard army to directly enter the central continent through a pre-prepared passage. Soon, they occupied a medium-sized city. Under the leadership of the Golden Rock Goddess, the vanguard army quickly built a huge transmission array platform in the city. The 50,000-strong army defended the city like an iron bucket. The news of the Eastern continent's Divine War Army entering the central continent spread quickly. The entire central continent was shaken, especially the Pang clan. The higher-ups of the Pang clan were extremely shocked because the thing they were most worried about had finally happened. The Chaos Golden Rock clan was not afraid of Kang Q, but they had to pay attention to the person behind Kang Q. Without the support of that person, Kang Q would never dare to offend the Pang clan. One must know that the Pang clan had defeated the Skyfire clan. All the forces that were attacking the central continent were snatching food from the Pang clan's mouth. The Pang clan had no scruples against the forces of the Western continent and Southern continent. They directly sent out an army to drive those guys out of the central continent. The forces of the Western continent were driven back, but the forces of the Southern continent were difficult to deal with. Nan Batian was a formidable person, so he naturally would not retreat easily. The 300,000-strong army of the Southern continent was still confronting the 100,000-strong army of the Pang clan in the southern region of the central continent. They could attack the Pang clan's army at any time. The 3 old ancestors of the Pang clan had already set off to the southern region to stop Nanbatian's advance. However, at this critical juncture, the eastern region of the central continent faced another problem. The army of the Eastern continent suddenly invaded the central continent and occupied Eastern Sky City. Eastern Sky City was a medium-sized city in the eastern region. There was a transmission array in the city that connected to the Eastern continent, but it could only transport a few hundred people at a time. The Golden Rock Goddess and the 50,000-strong army of the Divine War Army had to use hundreds of transmission arrays to enter Eastern Sky City. After entering Eastern Sky City, the vanguard of the Eastern continent's Divine War Army began to build a larger transmission array platform. In just a few hours, a huge formation platform that was 30 meters tall stood in the square in the middle of Eastern Sky City. This was a transmission array platform that could transport 30,000 people at a time. Even so, it would still take a lot of time for the 1,000,000 Divine War Army of the Eastern continent to arrive. Rumble, Not long after the Golden Rock Goddess led the 50,000-strong army of the Divine War Army to build the transmission array platform, a thunderous sound came from afar. A black cloud flew over from afar, and the entire world turned dark. A flag fluttered in the black cloud. On the flag was embroidered the word Pang. The black cloud arrived in the sky above Eastern Sky City. A general stood on top of the cloud and looked down at Eastern Sky City. They came so quickly. The Golden Rock Goddess walked out of the City Lord's mansion of Eastern Sky City. She raised her head and looked at the black cloud in the sky. She couldn't help but frown. The army of the Pang clan had finally arrived. No matter who you are, go back to where you came from. A loud voice came from the sky and spread throughout the entire city. All the cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles of Eastern Sky City heard this voice. At that moment, the 50,000-strong army of the Eastern continent walked out of Eastern Sky City. A terrifying murderous aura immediately spread out from Eastern Sky City. The 50,000-strong Divine War Army of the Eastern continent were not rookies. They were real seasoned veterans with cultivation levels above the divine level. The general who led them was even a divine king or even a Shen king. As the commander of the 50,000-strong army, the Golden Rock Goddess was a quasi-supreme. Of course, her cultivation level was only at the beginner level of a quasi-supreme. She could not be compared to those at the profound level of a quasi-supreme. How arrogant! In Eastern Sky City, a middle-aged general stood up and grabbed the spear that was stuck in the ground. Both his feet stepped on the ground and directly shot up into the sky, arriving opposite the Pang clan's army. The Pang clan's army had a lot of people, at least 30,000. The commander was an ultimate god, but he was a realm lower than a quasi-supreme. An ultimate god was not even at the level of a great ancestor in the Pang clan. The middle-aged general from Eastern Continent was also an ultimate god from the Heavenly God clan. Kill. Without any superfluous words, the middle-aged general from the Heavenly God clan directly attacked a general in front of him with the spear in his hand. Kill. The general from the Pang clan also roared angrily and went up to the middle-aged general. Boom. The two figures collided with each other in an instant. Divine Way power exploded and bloodlight appeared. A figure rushed over and directly killed his way into the Pang clan's army opposite. What? The experts leading the troops of the Pang clan's army could not help but be shocked when they saw the scene. At that moment, the middle-aged general had already started a massacre in the Pang clan's army, leaving a path of blood wherever he went. Blood rain fell from the sky and the smell of blood permeated the void. The Golden Rock Goddess looked up at the scene in the sky calmly. Although the soldiers in Eastern Sky City seemed to be scattered all over the city, they were secretly in a battle formation. Once they attacked, they could immediately form a battle formation and rush out of Eastern Sky City. Rumble, high up in the sky, among the dark clouds, there was a thunderous sound. An extremely terrifying fluctuation spread out and the sound of killing was heard in the dark clouds. What's going on? There were many cultivators cultivating in Eastern Sky City. Apart from the cultivators loyal to the Pang clan who were expelled from the city by the Golden Rock Goddess, the rest of the itinerant cultivators could still stay in the city. At that moment, the itinerant cultivators in the city were inexplicably shocked. The divinity war had finally affected Eastern Sky City, which made the itinerant cultivators in the city terrified. One must know that their lives were very fragile in the face of a powerful existence. Once they were affected by the divinity war, there would only be one outcome: death. Someone go help him. The Golden Rock Goddess glanced at the Divinity War army and said, "I'm willing to go." As soon as the Golden Rock Goddess's voice fell, a divine general walked out. "All right, you go." The Golden Rock Goddess waved her hand and said, "Yes." The divine general directly rushed into the sky and killed his way into the violently rolling dark clouds in the sky. The two divine generals had actually shaken the Pang clan's army of 30,000. This shocked everyone who saw this scene. The East Continent's divine generals and divine soldiers were actually this powerful. Chapter 3565. An ultimate god battle general from the Heavenly God clan charged into the Pang clan's army in the sky, shocking everyone who saw it. However, the Pang clan's 30,000-strong army was not to be trifled with. Very soon, the Pang clan's army had trapped the ultimate god in a battle formation. Rumble, heaven and earth shook as terrifying energy fluctuations shook the void. High up in the sky, a mass of dark clouds spread out and covered the entire sky. Figures flashed in the dark clouds. The Pang clan's army that had formed a battle formation displayed their extremely powerful combat strength. Just as the ultimate god-level battle general was about to be defeated, another powerful figure rushed out from Dongtian City below. A sledgehammer directly bombarded from below. The sledgehammer instantly grew to the size of a mountain and emitted a terrifying aura as it directly smashed onto the Pang clan's battle formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed. Dozens of Pang clan's soldiers instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. What? The commander of the Pang clan's army could not help but be furious when he saw that scene. He could not accept that so many of his 30,000-strong army had been killed by 2 warriors. The commander of the Pang clan's army immediately commanded the battle formation. Countless Pang clan's soldiers rushed out and the battle formation changed rapidly. Soon, another warrior who had rushed into the sky was trapped in the battle formation. Banners fluttered in the wind as battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The battle formation formed by the Pang clan's soldiers was in operation. The 2 East Continent warriors who were trapped in the battle formation struggled left and right but were unable to break out of the formation. Even a quasi-supreme expert would die if trapped in the formation, let alone you 2 little guys. An old voice sounded as the commander of the Pang clan's army stared disdainfully at the 2 East Continent warriors trapped in the battle formation. In his eyes, the 2 East Continent warriors were already 2 corpses. Since those guys want to play, let's play with them. In Dongtian City, the Golden Rock Goddess stood up and rushed into the sky. She arrived high up in the sky and coldly looked at the battle formation opposite her. The battle formation formed by tens of thousands of people was indeed powerful. At this moment, the 2 East Continent warlords who were trapped in the battle formation could no longer hold on and kept vomiting blood. It looked like he was about to die. At that moment, countless soldiers from the East Continent charged out of East Sky City and gathered behind the goddess. Very soon, an even more powerful battle formation appeared in the world. Kill 50,000 East Continent soldiers roared at the same time, thrusting their spears forward at the same time. The strength of 50,000 soldiers converged and charged forward. What? Seeing this, the commander of the Pang clan knew that they were in trouble. Boom! With a loud bang, the Pang clan's army collapsed. The combined attack of 50,000 Pang clan's army from the East Continent could even kill a quasi-supreme being. Therefore, the battle formation formed by 30,000 Pang clan's army naturally couldn't withstand the combined attack of 50,000 Pang clan's army. The battle formation formed by the Pang clan's army collapsed. Countless Pang clan's soldiers shattered in the void and turned into clouds of blood mist. The void was immediately filled with the pungent smell of blood. All the cultivators who saw this were dumbfounded. It was just a single attack, but countless Pang clan soldiers were slaughtered. Less than 1% of them survived. The surviving Pang clan soldiers were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. The commander of the Pang clan's army was sent flying, coughing up blood continuously. It was obvious that he had suffered a great impact and was seriously injured. At this moment, the 2 East Continent warlords who were trapped in the battle formation took the opportunity to rush out. Kill. The 2 East Continent warlords charged at the commander of the Pang clan. The commander of the Pang clan was shocked. He could only bite the bullet and fight the 2 East Continent warlords. At this time, the Golden Rock Goddess led the 50,000 East Continent warriors and killed all the fleeing Pang clan warriors with the momentum of a strong gust of wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The 30,000 Pang clan army was completely defeated by the Golden Rock Goddess's 50,000 East Continent warlords. A rain of blood poured down from the sky. The ground was dyed red, and even the soil was dyed red. Soon, the commander of the Pang clan was defeated by the 2 East Continent warlords. The news of the Pang clan's 30,000 deity army being annihilated spread and shook the entire eastern region of Central Continent. Countless cultivators were shocked. The guys from the East Continent were so powerful. This was a terrifying war between gods. The Pang clan was defeated. Without waiting for the main army to arrive, the Golden Rock Goddess led the 50,000 vanguard army to kill in all directions, continuously expanding their territory. They conquered 7 cities in a row and destroyed 2 sects that were loyal to the Pang clan. In this way, the East Continent's vanguard army had conquered a region. The Golden Rock Goddess led the army back to Eastern Sky City. At this time, it was already late. The Golden Rock Goddess led 50,000 soldiers to the square. Without hesitation, she activated the 10 feet tall altar in the square. In the next moment, countless formation runes emerged from the altar. Rumble, the space above the altar began to vibrate. As the power of the formation continued to explode, a passage appeared in the space above the altar. Then, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation was emitted from the passageway. Numerous figures walked out from the passageway above the altar. The main army of the East Continent was finally coming. The Golden Rock Goddess was extremely excited when she saw this. An hour later, 300,000 East Continent deity army soldiers arrived from the East Continent through the super teleportation formation. At this moment, in the Pang clan's ancestral land, the roars of the Pang clan's ancestor could be heard coming from an ancestral hall. Trash, all of you are trash. The Pang clan's ancestor was furious. The 30,000 deity army was annihilated just like that. No one could accept such an outcome. Ancestor, what should we do next? An old man stood up and bowed to Kang-Q on the throne. Those guys should go back to where they came from. The Pang clan's ancestor said impatiently. But the old man wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything else. At this moment, following the Pang clan's ancestor's order, the most elite soldiers of the Pang clan began to wake up from their slumber. These soldiers were not ordinary. Rumble, as the soldiers of the Pang clan continued to awaken, an extremely powerful force quickly gathered. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the wild beasts in the mountains to behave. More than an hour later, countless figures soared into the sky from East Sky City and formed a battle formation above the city. The battle formation wasn't very big, but the energy ripples it emitted were enough to contend against a quasi-supreme. At this moment, the soldiers of the Pang clan charged over again. The countless figures were like stone tablets, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The aura of a veteran soldier who had been through hundreds of battles was definitely different from the aura of an ordinary soldier. They're here again so soon? The Golden Rock Goddess was surprised, but there was nothing she could do. She could only lead the 50,000 soldiers and form a battle formation to fight against these guys. Kill. The Golden Rock Goddess let out a furious roar as she led the 50,000 warriors and charged forward. Boom. With a loud bang, the 2 battle formations collided with each other. Terrifying divine power ripples spread out and the surrounding void was instantly annihilated. The Golden Rock Goddess was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. She was pushed back and a trail of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. The battle formation formed by the 50,000 soldiers of the East Continent shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. One after another, the heavenly fire soldiers shattered in the void and turned into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Many of the soldiers of the Pang clan died as well. At this moment, countless figures flashed in the sky and an even more intense divine battle broke out.